Did I click? Why did the weather app turn on? Anyway. Oh, let's get this thing rolling. So we are starting 5 hours later than usual. Also, my head strap, I forgot to tighten that up. So Daisy. There we go. Hello, Nord. Hold on. I'm just adjusting my headset comfort. There we go. Hi, Nord. Stars Wolf. Spenodiscus. Discus, isn't that a fish? I feel like I need to open another. There we go. This is a small one. Probably I am an ammonite though. Oh, an ammonite. Oh, close enough. Sure things and asked proper. There. Why did I not think of this before? Having multiple overlays open. So in this angle, I have no problem reading chat. In this angle, I have no problem reading chat. I'm gonna see how that works. So here I am walking, pin 3. Okay. I can't stay long, but I thought I'd say hi. Well, greetings. Nice of you to drop by. Working and lurking. That rhymes. My goodness, the fly speed is rather high, is it not? I think a direct, straight on sort of look actually works. I'm just not so sure about the lighting. Oh well, let's work with what we have. Good afternoon, Mitzi. So, also, why's my menu sounds back? Could have sworn I muted that. There we go. Hello, Vesper. How's your car thing going? Were you able to jumpstart the battery? I hope it's not too much trouble. Oh dear, that actually looks better-ish. Ish. Don't mind me, I'm adjusting stuff. Can you control the world lighting? It's a personal one. I always try my best to have lighting that fits the mood. The thing is, we're trying to match the environment that is behind me. No, never mind. I'm in a weird spot in the district because I wanted to, well, I wanted to try a new spot, period. It's just, well, not the best. It's a bit large. Put that there. Make it smaller. There we go. The other car unfortunately can't reach the van, so we have a battery thing of sort we can use to at least attempt to jumpstart the van. More delays for the most esteemed Ohio trip. If I move it here a bit, put emphasis that there's something warm to my right. We're having a bit of a workshop, aren't we? Turn it off. Flat. Turn it on. Not so flat. There we go. It should be from the left. Left and then from the back. Perfect. Shadows, shadows, shadows. Density. Just enough. Magnifique. So, hello everybody. We are now trying the later than usual sleep sked. I usually stream at, let's say, 10:30 p.m. my time, but well, I asked some of the people on my Discord and they said that, well, that is a bit too early. It's either you catch me before work and I have to go, and other reasons I can't quite recall. But alas, here we are. Hello, Dan. Devin. Waffle Carp. Early. I'm actually, well, by my standards, pretty late. Kina says I usually get your notifications during my lunch break at work. Ah, that's when I'm closer to 11 or 12 a.m. my time. Now it is 3:15 a.m. We're trying something a bit more later as per request. Seeing if the schedule actually works better. So yes, hello Fluffy. Oh my goodness, I cannot read your last name, can I? Oh, so it's like a free redeem. But yes, how are you? Been playing a whole lot of Battlefield, I take it. Surprisingly, it's 22:15 where I'm at, says Pascal. So technically ahead of time. Time zones. Currently at the bank, though, says Vesper. Dad's depositing parents' money due to mom's sticky finger. Good that you have your pop siding with you on that matter. It's funny. When I start stream, I feel chilly. It's nice and cold, comfortable. But the moment I go live, it starts becoming warm. Time zones. It's okay. Good. Careful now. I feel like there are some things I've forgotten. The light isn't quite sitting with me properly. Ah. Nope, that's not it. Yo. A bit too glossy, isn't that? Better. Oh.
As promised.
Right. Well, thank you, Nord. Also, that way you jumpstart the bar train tonight, but thank you. I appreciate it. You didn't have to, because you know me, it's more like I'm joking about the whole Dollarite thing, but I think it's a good spin to the Altar lore that we have. Then again, you do get your wish of renaming Hazard to Private Rust Bucket. Gosh, to be devolved to the three-letter name as generic as Bob from Nordic's Greybeard to Bob. And again, there is a superhero named Bob, is there not? The Sentry. Why, if it isn't Sock Bubble, I thought you've all but forgotten about me. Hello? I take it you are busy with comms and whatnot, always having your hands full with artworks to go render. A pleasure to see you on stream. Because I'm streaming on a later schedule than usual, what time would it be on your end, guys? Please let me know. I forget about you. Parsing that means I could forget about you. Oh my goodness. I am wounded gravely. Here I am, such a big fan of the sassy looking fox of yours and your other characters and renditions. I'm just joking, obviously. I know it's a typo. I'm usually too busted in the morning to go catch your stream. What time is it on your end? Suck. You see, for Devin and the Netherlands, it's 2120. That is 9:20 p.m. Yes. Am I correct? Am I wrong? For Waffle, it's like 10:20. 7 p.m. for your 12 o'clock people. Yes, I am more of an AM PM sort of guy. It's what we were taught in school. Like, Geb, we're going to have the class's flag ceremony at 7 a.m. Not, 700 hours. Like, what? Right now it's 2:20 p.m. Opposite end of the world, right? Lovely having a spherical planet, isn't it? For Zeb, it's 1:20. Vesper says, I mean, Bob is a bit of an olderish name. I have a grandpa Bob, an uncle that goes by Bobby. Hell, I have a neighbor named Bob and even a bus driver named Bob. Here in America, in Bobsville. For Fluffy, in Germany, it is also 9:20 p.m. Oh, 6-hour difference. Bob's Hound. I'm not enjoying being called Bob one bit. You know, there are ways to go override the spell. But I have to make you guess. I can't tell you what it is.
Wave.
It's a method Beth is most familiar with. But then again, Beth here seems to be enjoying himself. No, Bob here cleaned up the decimal. Bob's young. I always call my Feraligatr Bob in Pokemon. Hello, Bob. It's Bob's like, my greetings. Did you know to ship a package that is 1.89 pounds in weight, and it's rather small, it's just like this, from the States to the Philippines via FedEx, it's roughly $250. I was like,
Oh dear, Bob.
right, damn, robbery. I thought the tariffs were like only towards importing things to the States, not like exporting, not even locally made goods. Beth, thank you. I don't want to do Tuesday. Is it already Tuesday? You're confusing me. It's Saturday, my time. What about DHL? DHL was an option, but it wasn't as safe because there was this weird way of doing things, like leaving a package there instead of being in the post office. I'm not sure. You have to ask Mystic. She was the one sending me stuff. But that's okay. At least I have peace of mind that in FedEx, my parcel is actually gonna go arrive into my doorstep with no problems. You see, I ordered something called jelly pots. It comes from, how do you pronounce the country? Czechia, the Czech Republic, I think. It's been over a month, 5 weeks. Normally, it takes like a week or less. And it still is in Germany because it's using Philippine Post. And it's like, gosh, I should have just paid a little bit of extra for shipping instead of having something I'm unable to use. Anyway, shipping woes aside, this is why I like Amazon. When you buy from Amazon, the shipping is like $10, $15. Arrives in a week. And then they also pre-calculate the customs cost. Well, you have to spend. Shipping woes, custom woes. I know. It's so bad. It's so bad. But they bring it to you themselves at this point. How much is a ticket? Vesper, how much is a ticket from the States to the Philippines? I remember you checking last time. My trackers are lost in customs now. That means you and me both are going to the mercy of the people over at customs. That's bad. Man. I hope we get our stuff soon, Bev. What's this? That package better get VIP treatment. I hope so. It was the expedited shipping, if I remember correctly. My slimes are still not fulfilling, says Zev. Should I just bail out on the order and get vibes? That's up to you. If you have the budget, go vibes. All you need is 3 pieces and then you're good. But then again, you need lighthouses and there's occlusion and the battery life is just like 6 hours and and then you gotta go recharge again. Such is the woes of Vive trackers. Oh, and there we go. That's weird. Where's one of my trackers higher? Is it? No, it ain't. Not too bad. The last time I checked, a flight from DC to Manila is 1K. 1K is one-way trip. Is a lot. Look. Oh boy. Hello. Is my tracking on? Oh, it is. No, I was looking at Space Calibrator. But yeah, 1K isn't quite as easy to achieve as one would think, especially if you're simply working retail and you can't even afford your own rent if you were to rent a proper decent space without sharing it with other people. I am drifting. Why is that? Occlusion. Lections. Maybe I need to put my trackers behind me. Cheaper than Bolivia is like 2K to 3K, so 1K for. Wait, 1K for two? I thought it's 1K going and then 1K going back. If it's only 500 bucks, yeah, that's pretty much achievable. We're all suffering together. I remember the day that Fluffy got his full body tracking. And then he also switched to a new model. And now he feels all magnifique, most handsome and pleased with himself. A visage most admirable to be stared at in the mirror. Yes. What was that caption of yours in your screenshot? Paint me like one of your French ass bills. Beth says 1070 for a flight there and back. Oh. Oh, that's surprising. Hmm. You have to send me the link on where you've seen this. I remember Googling this out of curiosity. The Vesper, like, hey Vesper, I'm curious. How much would it be if you were to like fly from there to here? And I was like, checking. Oh wow, that's expensive. but but if it's 1K for two ways, that's a bargain. She doesn't have to pay like lodging here anyway. Yeah, that's the joy of having somebody you know in a different country. Imagine how much you save for not having a hotel. Having your own bathroom you can be comfortable with. Yep. A package from Sweden to the Philippines up to 20 kilograms is about 36 US. What? That's hella cheap. 36. Wow. Lips leader. Hello, Lux. Nice to see you here on stream. Was I able to take Seron? I got so caught up with the conversations, I think I missed the subscription. Thank you. I appreciate that. Gosh. It's been 2 months. More and more regular seems to be sticking around on stream, much to my surprise. And good day to you, Real Dog. Okay, I'm going to like my trackers to the back, so for the next minute, I'm going to need you to go watch Red over here while he goes tend to his hot dogs that has been overcooked for the past few hours. So I'm gonna switch this into the back. There we go. Sent you the link I was looking at. I appreciate it, Beth. Thanks. I'll check it in a bit after I replug in my reoriented hardware. I do this with one hand. Gab, your head is in the cam. I know, Zev. Wanna be my cameraman? I appreciate the help. Oh wow, to have my tail in the front. Now that's new. Don't worry. There, see, focus. Focus on his graying buns and hot dogs. Now I shall recalibrate. Go here, step here, forward. Oops. Forward. It should be better, I believe. I believe. I think, at least. Except I'm super far away from my. Far away from my. Stupid. There we go. Hey. Gosh, place doesn't look flattering, doesn't it? There we go. I don't trust his hot dogs though, says the Wask thing. They seem like they've been sitting there for hours all dried up. I think it's been more than a few hours. Hours. Hours is like putting it lightly. Hold on.
Sadly gotta go already. Have a nice stream.
Oops. My goodness, Fluffy departing so quick. I'll see you around, Fluffy. Thanks for dropping by. I appreciate you saying hello. And for the support, obviously. Super duper, thank you as always. I wonder where Fluffy is going. Is he going to bed? Is he gonna go play? Oh, if only I wasn't lagging so bad in the American servers. Try Eons.
How dare you, Venomio?
How dare you, Venom? Close. I'm gonna need to hydrate because of that. I gotta go eat Axel. What? Let me switch to my other over there. We can read it. I gotta go to Axel, of course. Like, I'll go eat out with friends here. Have fun. I hope you guys have some good food. Ah. What's this? Someone tried. I know that feeling on lagging on US servers. You and me both. Alright. Speaking of Battlefield, I've recently unlocked the KTS 100, the one that's super long. When I say that thing shoots straight, that thing shoots really straight. Like 200 meters full auto, no problem. Like, what? So yeah, that's what I've been leveling up. I was leveling up the IAR a little bit. It's like 22 now, and then I saw the KTS. I tried the M240P. It hits hard, but 50 rounds for a 6-second reload. It's like, ugh. I wanted more burst, so I got the MK. It's because you're high level. But I too wish to have my NG42 fantasies lived out. Yes. I tried the RPK. I would say the RPK is above average. It's actually good on everything. Yes. What's that? Success. I gotta get back to work. Your voice is lovely and makes great background noise. The sock, please. I assumed you said hello and then you dipped out. Or maybe you flatter me by having my tab open. Just open in the background while you work, like many others do. Some even fall asleep for some odd reason. Oh, Gab, your voice is so calming. You're making me sleepy. I mean, go ahead, go sleep. Nothing wrong with that. It's just too slow on the rate of. I know. I do just have your stream open while I draw. I wonder once. Never mind. I was gonna say, wonder when Sock's gonna have a Patreon for the more detailed drawings. But I'm poking fun. Sock already had. Check out Sock Bubble Chat. They have most fantastic art. I love the sketches especially, and the way they render the characters. I remember Sock flashing a work in progress of yours truly, and that itself looked absolutely fantastic. Wonder where that went. You don't have to finish it, you know. Like when what I saw was a masterpiece in itself. Yes. No, it says I'll buy Battlefield 6. Just need to wait for some respawn in the Horde game. Take your time. Normally, sales aren't far off given EA's historical record of releasing games. Who knows, you might get a good discount. It would be fun. Oh no, my goodness, I wonder how the ping is going to be. So we're one from the United States, one from you in the middle, and then me, I'm from the right, which is Southeast Asia. Interesting experience if we're all in the same party. Vesper says sleepy, and then you start talking about inventory chicken and British butter. I mean, it was a mere description of what things could be. How convenient it would be to just simply store your food, your chicken, into little pockets which doesn't need leather nor cloth. Do I hear British butter? Yes, yes, Blue High. Oh, so lovely, BB. Nox says, Geb, you sound like an owl. Me? A hoot hoot. Who is they? I am curious. Friends of yours. Passerbys from family that has been overhearing me through your speakers. An owl. Oh. One of the oldest tricks in the book. Well, plus 10 points to you, Lux. Also, when you wake up in the morning, when you really need to flush the toilet, you'll find out that there's no water in it. Imagine you're just in the toilet bowl. Like, I'm done. And then you're like reaching for it. What? You hear the clack clack, the empty clanging of a unfilled water reservoir. Oh, that's bad. In the water for your bidet. Oh no. Why, if it isn't Doran? Greetings. See you in 50 minutes. Unless work lets me go. Alright. Hello, Lipstick 14. No, yeah, good luck with the rest of your shift. Go polish those dishes. Someone in the office is possessed by an owl. I see. Hi there, Mystic. Pleasure to see you here. Sorry I had to dip from Audience Anarchy a bit early. I was starting to get a headache, not to mention having my social battery running quite low, but not as low as Vesper. She was the one nudging me. We're upstairs, right by the stage, by the catwalk. It's like, Gib, I'm running out of social battery. So like, so you want to dip, but Mystic still. I'll go wave and say goodbye in your place. So I did. They were having a group photo. There was a very funny prompt that, well, I submitted in Audience Anarchy earlier. It was give a name to a child. Can you guess what it was, Mister? It's two words. Starts with an S and starts with a G. Oh, there's no subtlety when it comes to best. I mean, think about that. It's not incorrect though, right? It's a very apt name. What did I join in on? Oh, I was thinking simply talking about Audience Anarchy a little bit. Mystic says it's all good. I know you two can't withstand much, but so much with the chaos, so don't stress about it. Thank you for understanding, Mystic. You know we love you wholeheartedly, right? Whenever you're not here, I talk highly of you to my chatters. I always tell them you are one of the very few friends I actually consider close. And I'm happy to have ever since when I started my journey here in VR chat pretty much. Bev says it's just as apt as the womb goblin. Womb goblin. That's you know, I know the perfect thing for us to do on the next community meet. So we gotta make sure we have Beth, Axel, Fluffy, Doran, Mitzi, everybody else is included. And then we're gonna do a little audience anarchy. I think it actually looks fun. I just didn't have the mojo earlier to join in with a group of like 15 other strangers. We also gotta get Nord in. Everybody else I haven't mentioned. Yeah. I think about it, an Africa twin is also a crotch goblin. Shouldn't it be like a crotch rocket? No, it's not really a crotch rocket. If I describe it even more, Beth might just like cut all funding from the government of Lithuania being funneled to me because it's gonna involve like crossing like meter deep rivers or going airborne for more than half a second. And that doesn't pass like OSHA regulations apparently. Hello, Lord Zizzo. Lux apparently is a big fan of Audience Energy. I would love that. Sadly, you always stream so late. Is this late for you, Tichi? For the Europeans, I am around 9 p.m., 9:30, 10. For the Americans, I am around past lunchtime. It's only late if you're from the same time zone from me, which is in Southeast Asia, plus 8 GMT, where it's 3:47 a.m. Or from Australia. Sorry, Mecca. If you have to be artistic, it will not go well. Remember
Not
my
OSHA
picture.
certified. Heck yeah, screw OSHA.
Here, the first, you know, Beth. Once I get the bike, Also, thank you so much. Once I get the bike, I am not going to drive it outside of my garage without installing crash bars. I'm actually gonna save up until I can get the official, like, properly rated ones. I have been reading to the forums. Do you know how much one of the side panels, like this is the tank, right? And one of the side panels, like the fairings, it apparently costs $700 from Honda. I said, like, yeah, no, I'm not dropping it. Like, I'm gonna get crash bars, so at least metal I can just buff out, repaint, and like maybe wrap some of the funny tape on it. Wow. Why are they so expensive? The Chinese dirt bike I used to have, it was like $50 for the entire set. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And it was the material in which if you try to bend it, it's not gonna snap no matter what angle. It was a weird rubbery plastic. For me, it's 21:47. Oh, you're trying to have a semblance of a proper sleeping schedule, Tichi. I mean, nothing wrong with that. So the bike is gonna collect dust in the garage until then. No, I'm going to save up enough so I can afford the bike, and once I'm there in the Honda dealer, they're gonna go have either that or from the shop nearby. I can just drive straight, let them know. Oh, it's expensive though. I have to see, but I'll most definitely get it installed day one. Always have protection on your bike, Chan. If it's not an adventure bike, you can put crash bars on it. There are these things called sliders. So there is. Do you know how a skateboard wheel looks and feels? Think of it as that, except it's this wide, and it sticks out left and right. It's supposed to like touch the pavement and then like grind down instead of your bike being grounded down. And you simply replace it with a new one. Well, it works most of the time. I don't know about you guys who ride really, really fast on bikes, like 200 kilometers per hour above sort of speeds. I'm not really a fast rider. I'm comfortable with my 150s, my 160s. A tactical decision, says Wask. No, absolutely. Lipstick fancies a hot dog, see. What? He's not here for now. So, earlier though, he was always like, as usual, walking between my legs. 150 is slow. No, I think that's my top speed. I mean, I've gone faster, but that's my maximum cruising speed. The Philippines doesn't have the long, expansive roads that Europe, Australia, or the States has. The freeways. No. Here it's predominantly mountain or coastal roads. If you're not stuck in the urban epicenter of traffic. 8 kilometer trip, 1 hour and a half. Imagine. I enjoy 65 kph on my moped. 65 is more than respectable on a 125 or 150cc. Lipstick says you need a better stool since you're sinking into the cement. What? I am? Oh yeah, I didn't rescan it, didn't I? Whoops. There we go. Enjoy my stoolette. Better. Oh, it's a bit too small. There we go. Beth says, I mean, you put me on a track. I'll test the top speeds or roll my car track. That'd be cool. I've seen in America there's this funny competition in which I think they drive off a cliff and see how the vehicle fares. Something like that. That's in Alaska, the 4th of June. Now, instead of fireworks, it's vehicles. Just go. Yes. And here's lipstick 14. Yes, yes, yes. No. Why? 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 I'm not even in the port anymore. So, yes. Little fellow always likes to walk where I am. Locke says, my car is a Prius V or 5. I've gotten 176 kph on downhill. Fast. Clankerons. He just wants to spend time with you. You know, Lipstick 14 can always just ask me directly instead of having to go pretend not to see me but walk past me each and every single time I go stream. Here's the little punk. He's gonna pass by again later. Promise. Prius V for versatile. It's a 7-seater wagon variant. So you can bring all of your friends into a trip. Lovely.
Shoe decimal shoe.
Use the decimals are gone. Yet again, thanks to the wise old dragon name. Bob. Oh, so ancient and wise. Bob. Imagine the party. The party who's there to divine an answer, being escorted by the dragon sage or priest. It's just like start trying their best to stifle their laughter. So they're not gone. You know, funny enough, DT, I used to have an electric vehicle sort of company before. I specialized in electric motorcycles. It's fun. Making classic bikes. You know, how do I say this? A soul of the past with the heart of the future. It was catered towards those that, well, they essentially didn't have paperwork for their old classic bikes and they didn't want to bother restoring the engine because it's expensive. So they went to my little garage and said, yeah, let's retrofit it to electric. Keep the style absolutely 100%. Like, do what it is. Keep the muffler. I fabricate a fiberglass enclosure for the battery with the same cooling fins and everything that the air-cooled engines had. I would conform the battery cells to how the layout was, like if it's a boxer engine, and it was cool. It was amazing. And then it's usually older folk that ask,
Fixed.
this 60, 70 years old. And the biggest comment I got was that they can finally hear the wind and the rustling of the leaves whenever they go drive outside on a Sunday. And I said, most motorcycle riders are after the roar of the engine. The song of the exhaust note. But then again, just like a bicycle driving through a road with lots of trees, swaying to the wind, and you can hear it, I can imagine the peaceful feeling that they had. And it's true. I drove my bike too. And wow, very different from riding a gas bike. totally didn't make money out of it. It was more of a passion project. I just made barely enough to have the like baseline living. Yeah. Now you know a little bit more about me. Now it says Bob has Bob is going at it towards Bev. Okay. No, it's Jeff now, isn't it? Fluffy actually decided to sacrifice some of his levels to try and bonk the boss of the dark side. Unfortunately, being such a powerful being, such things are ineffective. But out of sheer, you know, A for effort sort of thing, he does get 1 day for the name change request. But yeah, me, I love electric vehicles. I love internal combustion engine based vehicles. I love hybrids. I love vehicles in general. Because I know the ins and outs of how both work. I know the disadvantages. I know the disadvantages. But EVs are catching up to such a degree now that yes, the range anxiety in recharging is pretty much moot. It just heavily relies on infrastructure that is not ready to have the entirety of the populace have their vehicles run on electric. I remember in America there being a fleet of the 18-wheeler trucks, I think, and it became a problem to the power plant, I think. I forget the details. I think that is a rather closed mindset, teaching. One approach to it. Technology is something that takes time to understand. Perchance, if you could set aside some of what's available within your chronological stash of things, you could better expand your knowledge on the topic. No, on the vehicles running on electrics. As much as I love the sound of an inline four engine just running past a tunnel with a, well, not the stock exhaust, obviously, those are pretty lame. I also like the futuristic whir the of the bike. It's magical. Look, you have to ride an electric motorcycle to understand it. You can be skeptical at first, but once you're on the saddle, like, there's no clutch, there's no heat, there's no vibrations. You twist, it has the most amount of torque you've ever felt. 0 to 100 in like what, 2.5 seconds and whatnot. And like, wow, what? There's no gear changes, no nothing. Amazing. But yeah, again, you can choose whatever you want. I remember Audi, I think, was the one who mandated being, well, having fake engine sounds on their electric vehicles because it was too quiet while going around. well, heavily foot traffic areas. That was kind of funny. Oh, I know what EVs run on. Listen. Oh, thanks, Lipstick 14. Um, Look, I didn't just own a business about retrofitting bikes. I wasn't just some manager sitting on his desk telling people what to do. I was there hand spot welding cells. I was there checking for capacity. I was there opening up the engines and whatnot. No, the copper motors, making sure the windings are all waterproof and whatnot. Why can they not varnish these things properly with dielectric? Like, I forgot what spray I used. It was red. But the thing that like avoids corrosion, I have to do it manually. I had to assemble the damn thing from scratch and disassemble them a whole lot. Because once people heard that there's a shop that actually deals with custom electric motorcycles, like everybody went there and they pay what $5 for the for the cheapest things. Oh my goodness. But yeah, in cars though, those are those are a completely different animal. Hybrid systems? Look, if anything, I deal with vintage themed electric things. I keep it as simple as possible. Heck, they were still using the analog meters. A little bit of an adventure with a Dremel tool and a voltmeter, and then you have a good old battery gauge running on the original components. But yeah, nowadays, I look at my friends. Forget what hybrid it was. It was a Toyota. I said, okay, this is more complicated than what I remember. And one thing I absolutely dislike when it comes to anything electric, though, that seems to be a trend, is when you lock things behind software and you have to subscribe. You put one error, the entire machine shuts down. It's like, when I build my machines, I load custom firmware into them. And I tell them, the machine's not gonna stop until it's going to blow up. Are you okay with that? Or do they want it restricted? And like, I give them a choice and they have to sign a form. But I can give them peace of mind. As long as there's voltage running and nothing is shorting out, it will run. Now it's like you have to subscribe to unlock features from a vehicle you already own. So yeah, that is Zephyr. They paywall heated seats. Right? Remote start. What? No, that is God. That's like $5 for the entire kit. It has a built-in alarm. You have your little key, and you can click it, and it's gonna make a beep when you look for it in the parking lot. And I can install it to you for like less than $10. Why would you pay? Oh my God! It's just a relay with a small antenna. Yeah, the greed on some of these companies. Locke says what's hilarious is legally a Prius can tow less than a bicycle. The document specifically says zero due to the CVT engine, at least the one I have. I see. Hmm. Car companies are missing out big time with this, says Doran to Beth. Yet they keep pushing out the same Play-Doh blob looking cars. That's why I like China. China, with their vehicles, have you seen Zontes? Or the other motorcycle brands they have that isn't mainstream? CF Moto, for example, the 675 SRR, I think. They all have bold designs to them. They aren't just the homoglated like blobs that you as you would describe. They there with their designs, which is awesome. And they're futuristic, which is cool as heck. I remember seeing this one vehicle that was, I think, it was a hydrogen vehicle. It was teased, and it had specifically like the retro future look. No, not retro future. That's 50s, like the 80s cyberpunk look to it, and it looked amazing. I want one. I'm not sure on the specifics, Ultima. But yeah, China has some really cool vehicles. I'm not even gonna lie. They're way ahead with what they can like churn out. Throw an electric engine on old Buick Roadmaster. Take my money. Hello, Feng. How was the Rex in that Red Note group chat? Why? Speaking of China, greetings and welcome to my stream. So I haven't been active as much on Red Note. I have a backlog of maybe 7 or 8 videos already I haven't posted. It's just such a joy to do. So here I am making the English video, right? Hello chat, this and that. And then I have to translate it, put the subtitles on. And then I have to Google translate what the title of the video is and then what the caption is and then post it. Yang Wang has the record for the fastest EV hypercar. Oh, wow, that's fast. I mean, I'm not really after the fast. I'm more after like the features and whatnot. Sadly, Chinese cars don't really touch the US market. I can tell why they don't accept China. Yeah, you see, in the Philippines, we have a whole lot of Chinese things. Yeah, the Xiaomi one was cool too. It's in the Philippines already. Wow. Not like I can afford it anytime soon or in my lifetime, but cool. Look, I'm saving up for a motorcycle. That's as high as my dreams go at the moment. For some people, my dream of almost more than half a decade is just something they can get like in 2 months or one. Me, yes. When I get it, I'll be like the happiest person on earth. The BYD Seagull was it? I think was the cheap one. But I'm not after a car. Have you seen the traffic in the Philippines and how bad it is? Atrocious. A crawl. If we were to race a tortoise, the tortoise would win. That's why I like bikes. I get to weave between traffic. Sure, it's hot and I need like 4 liters of water after 20 kilometers of driving. Beth says it's because Chinese cars are super cheap. So in order to prevent them from killing US companies, they always had a massive tariff and said we're stuck with 30k to 60k. Right? Because China has figured out the processes that makes production so efficient that they don't need to put as much money, and the US apparently has yet to catch up. And that's what they're well, a lot of the US companies I understand are frankly afraid of. I would be. All these expensive cars. Look, me, I want. I'm fine with the Suzuki Jimny. It's a small four-wheel drive vehicle. I don't know. I like compact vehicles. The smaller, the better. Or one of my first loves in EVs many years back was this thing called the Wuling. I think it was the cherry. No, the ice cream. Well, no, it wasn't the Wuling. It was a different brand. It was the cherry ice cream, I think. There's the Wuling Game Boy. It's nice. Do you casually use your verses? My versus that is here no longer. I used to. I used to bring it to the supermarket. It's the only vehicle I have. Of course, I have to use it. I think my friend Sabre has a Suzuki Jimny. Ah, cool. I'll stick to my Volvo SV70. I'll ride your Volvo. I look. I don't care what car I'm on, as long as it gets to my destination with air conditioning and working seat belts. That makes me concerned about Beth's Defender. That thing's kind of. Beth, does your Defender have AC, or do we have to like do this for the windows to go down? Oh no. So during the night, when the arms is like this, right? The mosquitoes are going to take a portion of my blood as the toll for traveling. Okay. I need AC, Nord. I don't live in paradise unlike you. I need AC and I need an air filter. Like a proper air purifier, sorry. Beth says I can't go to the Honda factory and get a car. I have to go to a dealer, get a contract with the Honda factory so only they can sell the new cars. And they make money based off how much they charge you over the car price. Ah. The Wuling Sunshine. It has flaps in the front you can open. Ah. I too would wish to have all that Bolivian dust just blow straight into the cabin. Vesper says Van's battery is dead, so we're crowding into the smaller car. Vesper, wear double masks, please. If everybody in your family has the big C, petri dish, germs, viruses, airborne thingies that make you sick. 3 steps ahead. Fantastic. Are you safe? Did the earthquake hit? What earthquake? I probably slept through it. No need for an AC or seat belt when you're on a bike, though. Yes, and if something bad happens, we die like real men. Oh. Beth says on the old Jeep. Oh, the old Jeep. Its radiator fan didn't work. I had to drive in the middle of the summer with the heat on to like. Oh my goodness, that's terrible. Imagine the sweat just trickling down between your legs. Like ugh. Because all the engine heat's like inside, like down here. Yeah, that's not fun. And if you crash, you get a free air. Oh, I suppose I have had a lot of airtime in my years, much to Beth's, well, disappointment. Beth says my seat was wet when I got home. For 2 months. Oh. Don't you have like the little fans that barely blow air that some of the older jeepneys have? Stop jumping bike. I have not jumped any bikes for the past 3 years. Just don't crash, right? Just don't crash. It's always fun when you have to use a car with a broken radiator, says Dorn. Ah, oh yes. The rotisserie experience. I don't like bikes because you hit one rock and you're in the hospital. That depends if the rock stops you and your bike or not. That's why I like adventure bikes. You just roll over them. Makes sense. Oh, that was back when I was in high school. Oh, let's see. Hey, Cluelies. You see these funny things on my bike? There's your answer. So you have the middleweight and the liter bike. What for? Just stick with one. They're both 4 cylinders. They're both similar in design. Redundancy. If I were to have multiple bikes, one would be my adventure bike. The second would be a cargo, high capacity carrying scooter. Doran is having a delightful day. Hello, Voltage. Geb can become a pilot. Oh, I used to aspire to be one when I was younger. And then that sort of just tapered off into I think I'm fine working with computers. One if you need to run. That's the thing, Beth. There's no real place to run here. Why? Because of the traffic. What you need is like the tiny, teeny, super nimble scooters. Or like 150cc little pantra bikes. Pantra means pantrabaho, workhorse bikes. Have you seen the Brazilian police chase videos where they just go everywhere into the little alleys, down the stairs, and whatnot? That's kind of cool. Ecuador had some good sidewalks again. Ah. Ah, whoa! In the middle of drinking too. My goodness. Thank you so much, Luxty. Whoa. That- Out of the blue, what made you do the thing, Luxty? Luxty. God, my overlay is so low res. And thank you. I appreciate it. And like 5 subs just coming out of nowhere. Big thanks. Mitzi says, I flew a plane for a couple of hours on a discovery flight. It sold me an idea of eventually getting into it, though the funding for such a feat is lacking. Oh, now planes are something I'm afraid of. Because if you screw up, that's it. I mean, look, bikes, it runs out of gas, it falls off a cliff, you somehow walk up and you're okay. You can walk to your destination, you can sit on the grass and contemplate your choices. If a plane does the same, an engine blows out, a wing suddenly detaches, well, now, there certainly ain't no load games. I would rather have multiple survivable crashes than run the low risk of one in which I am guaranteed not to survive. Such is the tale of my history with vehicles. Oh, I do know they're the safest. But the chances are never zero, right? I am absolutely terrified of commercial flights just going down. That's what the parachute. If only every plane had one. Oh, well, I guess I'll just jump off. And then I'm in the middle of the ocean. Thank you, Lux. I appreciate that.
Almost flew, almost
If you screw up as a pilot, you can calmly just shrug and say, well, that's not going to be my problem.
there,
Or you could say, like, hey, at least I'm not going down alone.
and she's almost you.
Oh, I know. I've seen World War II bombers fly home with less, in dramatically worse condition. Doesn't mean I want to get on them, though.
With your eyes, I see in hers.
Then you make a raft, enjoy the sun. The current taking me away. I end up on an island. Rescue is nowhere in sight. And then I start finding a washed up volleyball, start painting a face on it. Slowly lose my mind as I start having more deep and meaningful conversations with it.
Flirting with this disaster became me.
Hmm.
It named
What do? You stay calm.
to be
I mean, you also save on the cremation cost. Crash a plane. That's true. That's true.
almost touching it will almost
You know, now that I think about it, maybe planes are okay. At least, once you just close your eyes, and when you open them again in your ethereal form, you don't even have enough time to process what just happened.
that you promised with your eyes.
It's that sound of mine. Hold on.
Yours too. Now your eyes are
Oh, no wonder.
from crying.
Oh, hey, fluffy kiss. Just Doran.
Almost you. Almost me. Almost
Axel, fluffy kisser. You can join me, sure. But Axel is asleep. That's a certain cat snake. Exactly. Plus, you're giving back to nature by feeding the animals. Right? But you know the one thing I'm more afraid of than airplanes? Airplanes are okay. I say I'm afraid, but like on a hierarchy of vehicles I'm scared of being on, planes are here. But the number one spot that takes it, take a guess, Chen. Give you 10 seconds. Not electric scooters. Not a submarine. Huh? A hot air balloon. Okay, maybe yeah, that too. Okay, that's okay, maybe that takes the top spot. No, I get a parachute. The one thing I'm afraid of riding is a double-decker bus. I am so worried that if a Filipino driver gets a hold of it, with their driving habits here, where they overspeed and the bus like one side like lifts up barely and just if we have those things here, that thing's gonna. Yes. My goodness. It's because of the babies, but baby story. But yeah, I'm so scared. It's like once I'm up there, what am I gonna do if it tips over? Though I jump and break my knees. Double-decker buses can tilt up to. I don't want to find out how many degree. I'm not bringing a protractor or a similar device when I'm riding it. And then, but yeah, I think the hot air balloon. Now that you mention, hot air balloons are terrifying. I've always wondered, how do you steer it? Are you just at the mercy of the wind currents as you go rise? I've always thought that, well, they could use a propeller attachment at least, like a wind vane sort of deal, so they can be guided where to go. Red says, I saw you on Twitch, on the Twitch page, and thought, damn, I know him from Instagram. Welcome to my streams, Red. The live version of the clips that you see. You steer it by controlling the winds. That's true. Or you just. I would rather ride a blimp. I'm not going to London. I'm good, Blue. Red says, a hot air balloon cannot be steered against the wind, but the pilot can change altitude to find different wind. That actually sounds amazing. That's some high level stuff. Like, lower altitude by 50 feet. And then like the balloon magically changes directions. Amazing. Would I rather work as like a hot air balloon pilot, is what they call it, or captain? Or would I want to be a maintenance guy on one of the abyssal research stations where you have to go out in the pressurized suit and like do the welding? Like, oh my god. Go charge your phone. You just need the baton from Wind Waker to steer the. Oh yeah, if only I had such an artifact. Red continues. For example, one layer might be moving east, while a layer higher moves west. Therefore, the change altitude to steer with the wind. I see. I never thought about it that way. Thank you for educating me on how hot air balloons work. Africa Twin Hot Air Balloon. Yes. But what if you want to go like northeast and your wind is just north and then west? So, what are you gonna do? But yeah. Another thing I'm not the biggest fan of are Ferris wheels. Yes, those things, those big circles that go around ever so slowly and you're stuck inside. Gosh. You add the propeller to it. Oh, yes. You see, there is this old theme park in the Philippines called Enchanted Kingdom. They boasted having the biggest Ferris wheel in the Philippines. I rode it through. We were hundreds of feet in the air. And it moves so slow. It's like 30 or 40 minutes until it goes back down. The funny thing is, the Ferris wheel that I'm at was attached to just like one central, what do you call it, axle, spindle thing. And in the middle, there was this thing which you could rotate. So I had a friend, and she was rotating the damn thing the entire time. It was making me queasy. It was rocking the thing like that. And I could hear the metal straining. I was like, yes. You made me recite the rosary after not doing so for so long. I think that was just right off as I got out of high school. Whew. Lux says, Ferris wheels are a lot of fun. Wasn't keen on them before when I first went on them. I probably will go into one that looks more structurally sound and is not something that goes spinny winny. Red continues on with the hot air balloons. I guess the pilot needs to plan the trip with the forecast. Had the wind and the weather to calculate the flight to where the start and landing point is. I see. I went into one as a child in a pretty high wind. It's terrifying, it is. Challenging to get used to, that's for sure. Mitzi says, what do you mean you don't like being trapped in a free moving tin can hanging on a huge spinning wheel? Right? I like things that are fast, like roller coasters, for example. But things that are deliberately slow. You see, ask yourself, if you were to be executed by your adversary, would you rather have them drive their sword into you inch by inch, or would you just have them cut off your head and be done with it? Right? A card from Cards Against Humanity comes to mind. Oh. A Ferris wheel rolling down the hill is really just a windmill full of corpse. Yes. Yeah, you live up to 3. That's fine. At least I won't like feel nothing, right? I would rather enjoy that 3 minutes instead of like, goodness me, like the several hours of me slowly bleeding out. And if I survive miraculously and it clots, I get sepsis and whatnot. I would rather have that. Stretch, huh? I think it's about time. Hi. Yeah. Talk about sleepy. Hey, look, my body. Hey, look, the ground. Hey, look, my body. Hey, look, the ground. Just alternate. Well, the camera was somewhere here. There we go. One of my biggest fears when it comes to injuries, in all honesty, is getting paralyzed. And you're not being able to, like, losing full body tracking, but IRL. We can't do anything. That also includes controller function. Mm-mm. Doc, just pull the plug, Doc. Don't bring me back. Oh man, morbid humor. Speaking of morbid humor, it's been an hour and a half. Let me check Discord real quick. Ah, yes, there is a dog. Beth, I'm looking at the thing you linked me now. It says AUS to Manila. Is that Austin or Australia? Hello, Rust Bucket. I'm looking at general chat. So they have to finish reports. Okay, art is busy as usual. The presentation just ended, says Axel. The customers enjoyed the bribes. See, bribes. Professor said the presentation was great. Napping in the shower. I've done that before. Except I wasn't under the water. See, one day I just had a strange urge to go lie down in the cool bathroom tiles, and I promptly fell asleep. I don't know. Quite an odd thing now that I think about it. First thought was, I can stay in bed forever, says Beth. Then it hit me, I can only stay in bed if Austin, Texas. Oh, okay. Hey, Vesper, what do you know? Round trip, 1K. It's like that dream is not so far off. Might be that she misbehaves with Crosby. Right. Speaking of misbehaving, I am feeling a slight rumbling in the tummy. Am I hungry? Perchance. Maybe. Time for some pulta. I don't think my tummy is gonna be so happy with spicy food right now, Nord. It sounds delicious though. I need to drop by that Grove City. I cannot though. I don't want to commute. Oh, I have to go flag down one of those passenger jeepneys to go. Oh, go sit next to other people and after I have to do the same while holding two grocery bags left and right. I'd love to get some bulldog. Mystic is asking, did you eat today? Yes, I did. You know, I thawed out one of my 3-month-old frozen foods that I prepared specifically for this situation. Like, because I don't have a bike, I can't buy groceries as much as I want to. I just order food. And I said, you know what? Let's thaw that thing out. It had string beans, some coconut milk on it, and it was pork with some green chilies as well. Surprisingly, it was really good and still alright. So yes, I did eat. But I think the spice is getting to me. Maybe that's what I'm feeling. Best as I have a cabinet full of assorted bulldog. Good. Get me some of the pink one, please. 1K, damn, it was like 1.3 last I checked. Hit me up when you need to make flight plans. I'll find you. There you have it, love. Beth's gonna go help you with the deals part. Which, frankly, I always look for promo codes when I buy things. Share, please. Blue says, on Sunday, I'm probably gonna be having pizza for dinner. That congratulations on having pizza. Blue. Pizza, pizza, pizza. Oh god, I shouldn't have said it was 3 months old. 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Mystic says, you and this 3 months of leaving stuff in the freezer. You can jump on my bones on my edible choices when you're munching. Look, the freezer is like a cryopod, but for food. You know, in like movies, it's so good. Promise, it's so good. But yeah, Vesper still has her hands full with studies and whatnot. Uh, at least now we know the average cost on how much things are, should a visit be prompted. That's one expensive commute. Well, to be fair, you are being flown around to the other side of the planet. Hmm. That makes me think. Do I want teleportation to be a main thing? I mean, it's convenient for people, but it also means that anybody can just use it. What if the unsavory folk decide to go intrude upon your proximity? Studies, family stuff, work, joy, suspense. Joy. I wouldn't put my foot on a Look, I don't even know the proper science behind it. Is it still you on the other side once you teleport, or it's just a copy of yourself? Age old question. Gosh. But no, my lights are being projected downwards. Let me fix that. There we go. A little better. What's this? Then there's a, are you the same person or just a copy, right? The dilemma. I'd be dead and an imposter would take my place. That's true. I think that's what's gonna happen. The teleporter isn't really transporting you, it's simply disassembling you on spot B and reassembling a copy on spot A. B. Well, what did I say? Confused. I burned the big. How do you burn bagels? Did you put it on top of the stove top? You just burned the bagels. My goodness. Burning bagels. It sounds like a band name. Beth says, oh, I would do it. probably won't remember the pain of being atomized. I mean, fair. I'd rather take a wormhole transport. I think the problem with wormhole transportation is the energy and forces involved compared to essentially what is a fancy 3D printer. Oh, oh, you mean lipstick? Well, no, it's not lipstick. He's lip balm 65. I mean, he's just chatting, you know? He's chatting with his bro. Well, we gotta have the hot dog stand visible, of course. Where do I have my camera set up? There we go. There we go. Fine. Stick it like this. Bam. There we go. Yes, Dumpling Cat. Yes. 100%. I think it was more charming seeing seeing the hot dog stand. There we go. I know the answer to that question. What's this? Omega is there too, Nance. District Roboto Mystic. Nice old slice of home. There's like a caramel colored. Look, the last time I was back at what's the name place? District 44. Over at Complex 7. There was a lot of the lipstick bots roaming around. Hmm. What's this? If teleporting was done that way, corporations would print employees and deny to pay them by simply teleporting them to nowhere. This reminds me of the plot of a movie called The Prestige. It starred Hugh Jackman and he was a magician. Of course, I don't want to spoil you, but that's something you gotta see for yourself. The Prestige. Hugh Jackman starred in some bizarre films back then. I remember there being an old film of his, which was like some transcendental thing. I don't even remember the title. I watched that with Fluffy and Axel recently. Mostly Fluffy. Axel was asleep. All tuckered out from fluffy things, probably. But yes, I'm surprised you guys watch that film. Sector 35 is pretty secure, but Signs of Life would be nice to see. Have you been to what's this place? It was an ocean. It was a seaside place. The bots recommended me I visit. I brought Vesper there, even Howler. It was a kite and surfboards, and a very lovely napping spot in one of the old buildings because it was overlooking the ocean, just by the window. I'll see you around, Ichi. Good night. I sleep easily during movies, says Axel. Hmm. It's a really good movie, says Doran. I had wanted to rewatch it for a while. Then you better go watch all the other old stuff then. Axel says, I get myself too comfortable in my bed when watching. Oh, I envy those with soft straps for their headsets. Uh, Quest Pro users have such a hard time getting comfy whenever we rest our head flat against something. It's. I got a lot of pictures from there. Oh, then you know what I'm talking about. Nice place, isn't it, Mister? How quickly time flies, does it not? Goodness gracious. Oh, it seems Lux managed to make their way into the server. He is into art, bird watching, and gaming. Bird watching. So you have that funny super telephoto lenses, I assume. Ayan. Yeah, Beth. You go stick those stickers in the electrical boxes. You can also start like putting cryptic stuff in it, like messages. And they'll think it's something, it's like part of a bigger conspiracy. Ah, well, I can't quite situate myself as comfy as I want. Hello, Geb. How are you? Says Nova. I'm glad to finally be able to catch one of your streams. Oh, hello and welcome. I'm doing okay. I may not be able to persist as long as I want. The pangs of hunger within my tummy is starting to become louder than I want it to be. Dare I say you might start hearing it before the microphone. I'm finding a lot of comfy worlds, says Mystic. Even the chaotic mechanic finds some peaceful ones. Hidden gems. I would very much like to see a recommendation, seeing as you're the explorer among us. The, as they call it, the scouting party. Oh, the few that found it left.
Almost flew, almost doing things
Man.
we used to do. There's a
I'm curious. Whoa! Oh, and it's flow again. How did that happen? Blinked for a while. Well, remember what Yep. Why in this exact particular spot only, and whenever I do that with my legs? That is such a strange thing to happen. Sorry, my trackers tend to fly away at random times. Hmm. Hello, Axiom. You know what sucks? I don't have my Be Right Back screen. How am I gonna go to the kitchen and grab a snack? Do it. It'll be funny. It'll be funny, alright.
almost blue,
Yes, Nord, what's that?
almost touching it will almost do. There's a part of me that's always true.
How big is your Not my entire apartment. It's only the living room area.
That you promised with your
I feel like I want to relocate. Let's go visit the rest of the
eyes
district.
seeing yours too.
As unimmersive as possible. Think of me as being on a small scooter.
From crying.
Yes, we're going to where I usually go. There we go. Good old here. How are you, Axel? It's been a while. A hot minute, as they call it. What's your favorite snack to munch on? Steamed pork buns. Definitely. Or does it have to be something dry like chips? Blackness. Sorry. Try to get it right. Yeah, we're simply happy with the little updates that you're able to provide. We do worry about you after all. Steamed pork buns are good. They most definitely are. To have some. Before I start contemplating, I do need to fix the camera. Oh. You know what? Never mind. I'll just stick with this one. Why was I floating? I don't mind showing the world, says Mystic. But for some, I don't want to spoil for those that want to explore worlds that don't involve my brain hurting like the ritual Mystic. Goodness, me and Vesper dropped by there one time. It took a lot of effort to make sense of things. How quickly time flies. Already at an hour and 54. And then it's weekend again. What to do? Unfortunately, Vesper is not going to be here this weekend, chat. She's kind of out of town. And you're out of town. I hope you have your power bank with you. Mystic says, why do you all check worlds? I really want to tag along with and show you. Sure. Sometime, why not? I'm surprised they use a hop onto VR. Action. Visiting uncle said, yes, I have two power banks with me, so I'm not stranded without battery. Good. Important. Oh my goodness. I touched the exposure. Vesper just get a phone like I have. You see, that's the thing, Axiom. She does not like to lug around all that excess weight all the time. Only when extra battery is needed by necessity. Also, who's messaging me at 5 a.m.? Strange. I see. Hmm. Which is worse? Asks Pascal. For small talk for 2 hours straight or going on one of those Uber rides where you feel. Explain to me the last part. Why would you feel like it would be your last day? Oh, I'll pass from the rich. Usually after stream, Mystic, I wanna decompress. Not the other way around. Vesper replies to Action. I don't like carrying around bricks unless I absolutely have to. Plus, I don't want to buy a new phone. I'm using my good old iPhone 12 until it's nothing but a brick itself. Hey, it still works, right? I wonder at what percentage the battery degradation is gonna be at for a unit that old. The iPhone 12 isn't exactly modern. Oh, that sounds fun, Pascal. I'm always up for a spirited ride on the street. I keep on telling Biff this. If and when I do manage to go ride your non-air conditioned vehicle, most definitely we're going to be taking the paths less taken. 70% capacity. That's not so bad. If it's 70% down, that's bad. But if it's only 30% less, that's okay. As long as you don't try to Beth, you're the one who's gonna be driving. I'm just gonna be a passenger the entire time. I hope it has functioning seatbelts. You did say it had a roll cage, right? You know, just in case we 180 or more. That's true, Pascal. I remember there being various services here, for example, in which they'll like blow some hot air and whatnot so the glue on your iPhone loosens and then they replace it with an aftermarket one. Voila. I was about to say the same thing, Axiom. Back then, you just remove the back cover and then bam, you have access to the battery. Now everything's sealed and meant to be disposable. It does have a roll cage, replies Beth about his defender. But we won't have anything to keep the drawers in the. I mean, the funny elastic ties with hooks in the back probably can work a solution. Did it for my iPhone 10. Felt like a tech gun. It's satisfying, isn't it? Gosh, I remember when I had to open my old laptop I think it was called a VLDS ribbon. Before my display was corrupted, it had like nasty lines and pixelation and whatnot. And I had to order something from China to open up the laptop and then like remate the ribbon connector between the screen through the hinge and then back to the motherboard. It's the simple things like those that make you feel ever so accomplished. Now I know Beth is tempted to go open his knuckles so his ring finger doesn't act up as much. Ever since I swapped to this grip that I got 3D printed, it's thicker than the usual grips. It it's been working stellar. I guess it was just having my finger wrapped around the sensors a bit too much. Like the surface area isn't large enough for the length of my digits. Now it's great. I'll need to buy a 3D printer. Bamboo A1 Mini, promise. Not only does it consume such a small footprint, you can carry it around, it also works so good. I think it was the best. How much was it? Like $200 I've ever spent. Okay, that's different. You're gonna have to buy like the Voron enormous thingamajig. I have similar issues with my indexes. Like, yeah, the Prusa core. So this thing like sticks out straight too, Nord. Maybe it's an inherent problem with the indexes. If your fingers are large, I never ask how tall are you, Nord, so I have a rough estimate of your hand size. I mean, you're living in with what I assume was a lovely lady I could overhear, so you should have big hand. 182. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, you may need to have the grips 3D printed, or you buy the one from Amazon. It's like $10 or $15. It's just something you snap on top of your indexes. It gives you a thicker grip, and so your fingers don't wrap around the sensors too much. Yes. My first YouTube recommending me 3D printing sounds, and now you. Come on, Pascal. Think about it. The A1 Mini is something which you can print a handle on, and it can literally carry the entire thing with one hand, should you wish to transport yourself and your printer alongside you. It's nice because the bamboo printer has a good display in which you can pair with your phone if need be, or my PC if I like. You see, I tweak the things I 3D print in Blender first, and then throw it to the Bamboo Handy app. And if it's just something I quickly need, like I'm having lunch, for example, like, oh shucks, I need like those clips in order to reseal my Doritos bag. I just go through my phone, look in the catalog, okay, print. And then my printer's just gonna start right next to me. Or like, oh damn, I need more of those. I don't even need my phone. I just go to my printer, toot toot toot. Like I see the reprint option, and then voila. I think I think every household needs to have at least a basic 3D printer, and like it should be part of basic education. Think about it, in-home fabrication, right? Before, I know in America, actually I think until now, part of the curriculum would be learning how to woodwork and machining, like using the lathe machine and whatnot. That's something we don't have in the Philippines. I wish we had that. I really wish we did. Your wallet is a reservoir that runs empty with such hobbies, Pascal. 60k more Zenny for the M. Okay, maybe I don't know about that, Beth. Which I don't know about that. Ooh. Once I know Beth has enough points, I'm gonna quietly like scrape like 500 points each stream. So it never goes. The United States also used to teach home economics. Oh yeah, we have that too in the Philippines. Basic home cooking, whatnot. I wish we were on par with Japan though. Those guys are smart. I had good woodworking lessons at school, says Waffle Carp. I made a lot of wooden boats. Oh, we're able to ride one. In Costa Rica, we had that, says Pascal. 6 months industrial arts. Uh, the other 6 home skills. I don't remember anything, but it was fun to play with power tools. I bet. Vesper says, I had a woodworking tech teacher in middle school. He let us 3D print our own magnets with tech. Middle school. 3D print. My goodness, when when I was in elementary, which was like the equivalent to middle school, we were out there digging holes in the ground and planting trees, and like let letting like have our own little bean sprout, like pot thing. I don't know what you call it. Oh gosh! Please read it. Beth, listen. Why of all people do you want to hear the M word? I mean, I get if it was like the girls or the axiom or questionably Axel. Anyway, going back to Vesper's message. In middle school, he let us 3D print our own magnets with text in the middle. Being the cringe middle school furry I was, I said, don't you dare read it, Geb. Oh, that word. Ah. Ah. Jokes on you, if you scrape 500 points, I get 500 every two. You know, I need to work on a system. I don't know if it actually worked. It's already implemented. I think those that give subs or tips and whatnot get points passively by Twitch. I am not sure. But yeah, like, that means Beth should like have this much already at this point. Maybe I have it disabled. I don't remember. Good that it's disabled. Beth being sus again. Right? Yes, that one I see. Because it messes with Geb and friends gotta pull out the friend card. Shit. Star Hyenas decided to subscribe for. I was gonna say subscribe for 1 hour for tier 1. Thank you so much, Star. I appreciate the support. Also, hello, welcome back to stream. I take it you're lurking, like the many other people there in the background. Oh, Mystic, I quite literally just drank like 30 seconds ago. Or a minute. Oh, excuse me. I can't drink too much. It's just really thick mango juice. It's like borderline puree. Star says maybe, perchance, mayhaps. That was us. It would have been nice to have gone to school when 3D printing was available. Seeing all the wonderful and creative things people make is inspiring. Right? It's amazing. What did I have? Damn, I wasn't talented at anything, crafts wise, back then. Maybe I grew plants easily, if that's something. Hmm. I remember getting away with free lunch during my high school because I would always find a new way to compliment the lunch lady in school. I would say, "My goodness, have you done anything today, Mrs. Lunch Lady? Your hair looks absolutely fabulous. You're so beautiful, you know that." The rest of the canteen staff would just laugh because they know I'm broke and I'm just after free food. hey, hey, the lunch was what, like 50 cents worth or 60 cents. So, no, there's no halo halo there. It was just the usual one small cup of rice and either a small serving of vegetables or meat. I Now that I think about it, I used to do the same to the rest of the staff. Even the principal. They were so fond of me. Like, Madam, old, please. If I didn't see your teacher's outfit, I would mistake you for being my classmate. They're like, "Oh!" You know how easy it is to flatter older ladies? They love it. They just gobble it up whenever you say something that makes them smile. The secret is to be sincere about it. Even my hard ass math teacher. Oh, I remember. Oh, you had to praise his intelligence instead. Hey, I just like saying nice things to people back then. I think it was their reaction that amused me more than anything. Whenever you see somebody all of a sudden burst out into a genuine smile or a chortle, a laugh, it makes you feel happy. Especially if it was because of, well, something you've said or done. It takes nothing to compliment somebody about something they genuinely have, right? My gosh, Miss A, I didn't know you sang. She said, "Oh no, I don't sing. But you have such a lovely voice. It always makes me listen whenever you go. Say things in our lessons, you know." Right? This the simple compliments, simple things. It goes a long way. Leaves a lasting impression. What I lacked in being, well, excellent in my academic grades, I sure as heck made up in other. See, I can't even think of the proper word. In other things. Back then, not anymore. No, I did. The term Riz wasn't even there back then. It was just, yes. I listen. I'm not the best at a lot of things, but I try my best to charm my way through things back then. Right? Um, for example, I'm late. Like, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. You're right, ma'am. I was late. How could I ever miss a lesson when it comes from you? So I was thinking about you when I was doing my homework. I said, my essay may not be the most, you know, smart sounding thing. But what matters to me is she smiles when she goes reads the paper that I submit tomorrow morning. It's just like, God, what are you doing again? I got a passing grade though, surprisingly. It's just something about A for effort. Yeah, you see, there's a difference between charming someone and sucking up to them. Sucking up to them is like, oh, yes, yes, you're the best, of course. Yes, but anything you say, it's obviously so fake. And it's because you're simply something after that they have, and you're going to, well, you're gonna kiss butt in order to get it. Charming people is working with something they have and putting a lens towards it, a magnifying lens. And mentioning it, you have to read the person if it's something they don't hear often. You test the waters with little keywords, pokes and prods. You send out feelers in which what works. Beth says I suck at both charming and the sucking up ethic. No, I think you're cool, Beth. You're fantastically chill. For a good rapport, yeah. I think this is something you need in your job, Pascal. I mean, you're a flight attendant. Axel says the genuine happiness I saw in the people I was presenting to today's faces. When I told them I brought them homemade cookies for them as present. Right? Congrats on your presentation. See, it's a little thing. You put the focus, you subconsciously plant in their heads, not about the presentation, but about the cookies that you gave them. It's like, oh, hold on. This Axel fellow, they gave us cookies. I wonder what flavor it is. Like they're thinking about it while you're presenting, you know. This boy must have gone out of his way to get something for us. Oh, what a sweet student. It's all about the silence. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I've been saved more times than I can count by my charm on. Right? It's also necessary in order for you to diffuse situations. Being able to read people and, well, situational awareness is such an underrated necessity. Mystic says, I suck at charm, but being blunt with good reason behind it makes up for that. And that's why you're one of my most beloved friends, Mystic. Everybody needs a person like you. The danger about presenting yourself as charming, though, is when they have a very, very, very high defensive wall set and they start calling you a silver-tongued snake. Normally, it's another charmer who is able to see another snake. Like when I talked to my car salesman of a friend, I said, you know, you don't have to sell me on your BS, right? I can like, see, right? Sure. Like, come on, man, we're just having lunch. Can we like enjoy the food? No, I'm not saying I'm charming, okay? I said I just like charming people there. Because I like seeing them smile. Pascal said, literally no food left and passenger asked to eat before landing. I've been able to convince them to skip lunch and go for a coffee instead, while my colleagues performing black magic to make 2 soup portions into 7. I love that. I love that when there's like staff or a waiter in a restaurant and like, why is my steak like this? It's so small and whatnot. And then they find a way to eat like how do I say this? Like lighten up the air. Are you gonna be as a bullshit? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, nowadays it's just all eh, blatantly obvious white lies and BS. Beth says I put all my points into communication skills. It works till my communication calls and ideas dumb only to discover it was the regional boss's idea, who was also in the meetings. You're doing great. I mean, Beth's polite, he's blunt, he's frank with a smile. I think Beth is the type, if and when we're riding his defender, and then we roll off a cliff and we're somehow still alive, he's gonna laugh. Like, ooh, that was an adventure. Vesper says, high defensive walls, where they attack anyone who's a slight threat. However, that's not charm. That's insecurity to. Oh, yeah, of course. Those are people you avoid. So who's climbing back up? So that's me saying, well, that was quite an adventure, wasn't it? Oh my goodness. Beth, you have a winch on that thing, right? So we can like slowly work our way back up. Yeah. Oh, it's gonna be so slow. Oh my goodness. It costed me my last 2 promotions. I need to actually replace it. It's an old steel cable. I mean, if it's just surface level rust, I'm sure it should still hold, right? Rap, I'm still alive, says Pascal. I'm sure a bunch of your flight attendant friends are gonna be really frowny if you were to depart so soon and abruptly. I'd play Dead Engage. Oh, I will do the same thing too. It's usually the women, the ladies that are along with the trip that panic the most. Like my relatives. Steel cables, if it breaks, is very dangerous and can take off a leg. There are other materials that are less deadly. Oh, I remember watching this film called Ghost Ship. There was one part in the movie which there was a steel cable involved that it's either snapped or swung across the deck. Waist height. So yeah, I'm sure you can assume what happened to the passengers were no longer standing tall. But yeah, ooh, even I'm still afraid of like over tightening a guitar string. Like, what if it lashes and like takes an eye out? I watched that when I was 8. I still vividly remember, right? 3-body problem. Wasn't that the Chinese like philosophical future-esque film thing? I can't quite remember. Beth says yes, they have a lot of tension. I can't recall what I was going to change it out for, but when it breaks, it's made to drop straight down. Oh. Oh my. Vesper just sent me a picture of your dog. That and the home video with the alien scene in Signs. Si- was that from AXN? I don't remember. It's old. Oh, all these old shows. I remember a show I used to watch. It was called Farscape. It was I think it was sort of like Babylon 5 where it was space and there's a crew and they go on this weird ship that was biological. Hey Music Hog, I'm doing okay. Not much really. My tummy's a little bit rumbly, but something I can rectify after stream. Yeah, boo, I don't know if you have a lullaby on standby, but it's super effective right now. Come on, Misty. Drift off to sleep. Close your eyes and rest your head on a pillow that's just by your bed. Farscape was a fantastic show. I think their ship was called Moya, and they had this weird alien called Pilot. And then there was this other show called Sliders. they they essentially have like Rick's portal gun, and they go around different places. There was Stargate, SG9, and then making things more modern, Star Trek Voyager. Yes. Yeah, all these old shows. And I grew up watching Star Trek and Stargate. I absolutely love Star Trek Voyager. Captain Catherine Janeway. She had a most distinct voice. Also, Doctor. I'm trying not to, but I'm losing bad. Just in case I fall asleep. Good night, everyone. Good night and sweet dreams, Misty. Gosh. Please, go rest. And thank you again for getting things shipped. I hope we don't run into an issue with the name, or else I have to do the funny dress thing that I mentioned. Okay, go ahead. I'll catch you next time, Misty. We'll hang out again. It does look from your age. Yeah. A lot of people have speculated on how old I actually am. I have yet to confirm any of the numerical, well, offers given by any. "42. I don't know. I could be 21, 27, 25, 35, 48. Gosh, I might even be 51. Who knows? Asians are very deceptive when it comes to their age. We sort of stay young for a very, well, big portion of our lives. And then we all of a sudden just drop off at around 70 or 80. 9,000, says Spencer. No, 90. Oh, wow. I'll try not to dream. Music Hug says, specting. Expecting from your voice and character, you look from 30 to 35. I see. I do miss riding a motorcycle. It hasn't been a week since I sold my bike and I'm already getting the shakes. Yeah. There's no ignition to start, no push to push, no throttle to throttle. I don't know how I'm gonna make it for the succeeding months. Oh my goodness. I too miss having a bike. I'm super tempted to go buy the cheapest running motorcycle there is just so I have something. Now, to be back on two wheels. I could have sworn there's one for like $300 or $400, but that's $300 or $400 that could have gone to the Africa Twin. So I'm not gonna do that. Starship says, to me you sound 25 to 35. I see. Pascal says, it happened to me when moving out. Haven't driven anything for 6 years. 6 years? Oh, I mean, you're in an airplane, so that's the least of your worries. Yes, yes, I mean, or you can get a non-running motorcycle, repair it and ride it for a bit and sell it for more. You know, I'm there's, there's like 110cc one I can get, I think, for $300. God. Closest is an e-scooter for my groceries. You know what? That doesn't sound bad. Just so I can go to the Korean mart nearby. Get the three-wheeler with the little what do you call that? The bed in the back. Just so I can haul my groceries. Music Hag says, using deduction. The show you talked about was made in 1999, so it's 26 years. So we can have a clue there. I do tell chat that regardless of each succeeding year, I will always be 27. I'm 27 now. I was 27 last year. I'm 27 next year. And I'll also be 27 during the next decade. Nordic says I'm older than Google. You see, there's a difference. Me, I'm timeless. Nord is ancient. I still ask him what the feeling was like when he saw the transition from black and white to colored television. Must have been magical, imagine. There's colors. How can this moving painting be? Beth says, I have watched High Plains Drifter and The Gauntlet, but I'm not 15. One of the shows I found interesting before was called The Crystal Maze. It was amazing. It was this guy, I don't remember if he was bald or not, and then he always had this crystal. And like the contestants would have to, yeah, if you know what I'm talking about. Yes. Yeah. I didn't get to watch much of MacGyver. I watched Cena, the Warrior Princess. Yeah, it's the older British game show. Oh my god, Cena, the Warrior Princess, Hercules. Yeah, they like went along with each other. What else? I don't make me do it. Yeah, she had the cool chakram, right? She'd always throw it and then it would come back. Yes. Richard O'Brien was the presenter of Crystal Maze, and yes, he was bald. Guy. Oh, Knight Rider. I remember that. That's the car with a yes. Dragon Ball when coming back to school. Then that was my yes. I remember that. Ah, such fond memories of child. Tiny says, I don't know why, but you've reminded me of Fort Boyard. Now that was a game show that I dreamed of being in. What is Fort Boyard? That sounds like a fire base. Thundercats, T-Bone, and what was the name of the other guy? Airwolf. Oh, Thundercats was okay. Now that's what you call old. It had like the old, still figuring it out how to look cool as furries look. Thunder, 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 Thundercats. He-Man, and before he was a meme. Yeah. There was biker mice from Mars, street sharks. Yeah, along with um can't remember. See, back then, what was being aired in the Philippines was a mix of the old animes like Heidi, for example, um, and then like the American shows, the old GI Joe, the old Transformers, whatnot, and the everything else that I mentioned. Now, I'm sure probably most of my viewers have no idea what we're talking about. Let's move on to something more modern. In Nickelodeon, there was Rugrats, Monsters. There was the real shows were Global Guts and Legends of the Hidden Temple. Cat Dog, yeah. Yeah, Cat Dog was Nickelodeon. And then all that. I remember really liking that show, the variety. Keenan and Kel was there. Ren and oh my god, I'm still surprised they aired that and labeled it as a children's show. I remember seeing an episode where the farmer was there, and whenever he raised his hand, you would see like I don't know. I'm not gonna turn off the rest of my viewers. Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. May I take your yep. That is unforgettable. Orange salt. Not forget about Amanda Bynes. I thought she was cute back then. Mm, yes. In Cartoon Network, back then it was Dexter's Laboratory, Johnny Bravo, The Powerpuff Girls, I Am Weasel, Cow and Chicken, and there was Samurai Jack. Yes, yeah, those. Of course, SpongeBob was already there by then. Courage the Cowardly Dog. How could I forget? Jimmy Neutron was surprised I didn't watch much of it, along with Danny Phantom. Fairly Odd Parents, I really like. Ed, and Eddie. I think Ed, and Eddie deserves an award because it's unique. It has such a unique feel and art style to it. Oh, I had no idea how it sounded in Spanish, but in the English dub, the devil, what was his name? Him? He, I forget. Red. His name was Red. Red had the like the flamboyant gay man way of speaking. Fetching. He'd always do that, and then he'd like walk on his butt. It's so funny. Oh my goodness, him was different. He was also he's in the Powerpuff Girls, like with the crabs. Yeah. Him was in Powerpuff Girls. What's this? Sock says I have to close your. You've been listening the entire time, Sock. What? Go ahead. Oh, let me read your message first. Got an actual job to go to. I hope you have a lovely day. It was nice to just be here and listen. I'll see you around, Sock Pop. Good luck with your job. Again, check out their art. They do nice things. I'm a fan. See ya. I forgot how good the old shows were, Sis Beth. They truly were. We truly grew up in the best time, right? Nowadays, cartoons are also they're brain rot, sanitized, or they're. If I say more, I'm gonna be cancelled. But you know what I'm talking about. Thank goodness they took off those shows from Netflix. Music Hug says this show talking is making me feel older than I actually am, mentally and physically. Well, guess we were fans of the older shows. I was. You know, I wish I had more comprehension back then to be able to understand and appreciate the older animations and the plot. Welcome to the club. Your bones will start creaking soon. I think we need to ask Nord how that is. He seems to be doing fine though for somebody with, you know, with a lot of years under his belt. What? With a lot of wisdom stockpiled in his genius. There. WD-40 solves every problem. Even, you know, I was watching some draining videos on knees. It was done in a clinic. There was this big giant gauge needle that they shove into your kneecap, and then like yellow liquid comes out a lot. I don't want to reach that point, regardless of what age that starts to occur. Ugh. Am I Uncle Territory? Or am I Big Brother Gimp, as the Chinese would call me? Oh, Big Brother, teacher. All these terms are endearing, really. Mitzi says it's interesting to come back to old shows. I couldn't comprehend and realize how much I just didn't understand at the time. Same here. The beloved oppressor. If only they know. If I tried to sneak like in the Bethesda games, my niece would warn them. Look, I think there's a game. There's a game with such things. I forget, but like you know how in certain games you allocate like passive traits. Here you allocate passive negative traits like bad knees or asthma, and so you don't have as much stamina. The asthma part, I think, was in the abiotic factor. Yeah. I got all the negative traits. No, you're fine. That was funny. That account was made 2 minutes ago. So they made it specifically for this stream. Ooh, I wonder who's been giving me special attention. Lurking. Sounds like Zomboid. Was it Project Zomboid? The new Otherworld is going to have that. If you sneak too much, you move quicker and sneaking, but exiting it makes a loud popping noise. What? Where was that? Yeah. It's that one. It's that one, Beth. That's so funny. It feels like there's a Litz lurking in the shadow. I wonder how she is. Seems rather sporadic in her appearances. But I would take sporadic than not appearing at all. Hmm. I feel like I need to clean my cameras. It's been a while. To those of you with face tracking, when's the last time you've cleaned the actual sensors of your headset? Make sure you do. Outer World 2, says Biff. You gain traits on how much you do something. Like stealing would give you kleptomaniac, so anytime you look at something you can steal, there's a chance it will do it automatically. You just look at it and think, oh, I seem to have involuntarily slave-handed it towards my possession. Oh, okay. Is there a weird magnet in this particular spot of the floor? It only happens when I step here. Hmm. Yeah, like now that only there. See? Only in that spot. I'm gonna put like a X marker on the floor. Because I can walk far and it's not a problem. It's not a reflection thing either. Or oh my god, is it the alcohol bottle? Yeah, I'm trying to make it happen again. Wait. You normally like I can raise my leg, no problem, see, but like it starts to fly off in that particular spot. Ooh. Why? Not to self. Don't put my paws there. Headset battery low. Oh my goodness. Quick already. No, we're nearing 3 hours and I didn't even notice. Gosh. Again, how quickly time flies. There we go. Oops. Outer World 2. To check that out. Where were we? Hands, check. Oh, hello? I'm gonna put my hand on the same spot. It's just my index controllers. Come on. Anyway. X marks the spot. Don't step here. Something I've been trying to troubleshoot. Oh well. You know, maybe this is just my tracker's way of saying you've been streaming for too long, Cap. Okay, this is the time where I open up the VR chat category and see who is streaming. Probably nobody I know, but let's see. That's an interesting topic of discussion. Sir Quest Pro. Yo, what is up with the top row? Those are enormous. And the second row, too. That's some impeccable detail. How does she keep the laces like that? Amazing. I like the. Whoa, God, that's larger than her body. How is that allowed? Anyway, what's this? They had stuff like that in the first games as well, like reloading. Too often makes your character reload faster, but gave more sway the closer you are needing to reload. Like you're getting nervous. That's cool. It would make sense if the lighthouses could output visible light, so you can see where the occlusions are. Right? If only. Or like there's like a laser grid being projected that you can just turn on. That would be super convenient. Well, if this is the end, then it was a pleasure to have you in the big screen again. Hope you have a great Friday and see you next time, Gab. I'll see you around. I probably will have to go hop off too. Go tend to my needs of having food in here. At the same time, I just kind of want to chill, relax. Maybe a 5-minute lie down as my viewer count tapers off. I can start doing unimportant things. But, alas.
That you promised with your eyes, I see in hers too. Now your eyes are
Now, it's already 6 a.m. Now that I think about it, it's not wise for me to go extend, so. See you Monday, chat.
flirting with this disaster. became me.
Someone may need to go get. Have you been listening the entire time, love?
As a fool,
I suppose you do have a lot of miles to go burn while you're on the road.
almost blue.
I'm
Almost
surprised your
touching.
family members aren't curious about what you have been playing on your phone since earlier.
There's a part of
My
me
daughter's
that's
watching some strange black and blue
almost
anthropomorphic
true.
sized dragon on the stream talking. What's he even yapping about?
All the things that you promised with your eyes,
Ah, gosh.
I see
I could eat.
now.
I can do stuff.
Your eyes are red from crying.
Excuse me.
Almost you.
Vesper says Marin is dead asleep. Ryan is in the front seat. Dad is driving. Where is Mama? She separate? You know, calling me curious. I wonder how many people are actually gonna stick around and drop by. If I just do nothing. I surf, I listen to music. I sort of just exist. She stayed home, says Vesper. I was not gonna say wise choice. Which means I get to listen to my funny songs. Chat stream is over technically, so please, if you gotta go, go. I'm just gonna be listening to some tracks before I go. Click that funny stop streaming button. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate it. Always. Always. Now where's the other earbud of mine? See you around, friend. I will have to be physically removed. A stubborn patron. Sir, I'm sorry, but the establishment is closing. I will have to ask you to leave. Just best is eating the burger. Beth, are you home, by the way? I'm curious. No, wait, yeah, you're hanging around with the others. Axel, Bob, and Beth. To play or not to play? That is the question. Where am I supposed to go when I'm just sitting at my desk working? Like the work style. Yeah, of course, I'm gonna get food. I'll be probably free in 20 minutes. Good night, Zephyr. I'm gonna start listening to my age-appropriate music. Wait, this needs a cinematic view. There we go.
I dream in phosphorescence,
Oh, that's Nordics.
through spaces,
Wait, no.
see
There.
you drifting past the fall
Yes, I'll adopt this new schedule. Probably 2 hours earlier instead of now. Wait, no, this is not the age appropriate music. Oh, yeah, there we go. Is this age appropriate? Depends. Or you can think of the original song, or you can think of Fortnite. Listen and you'll find out what I mean.
This is number one champion sound. Yeah, Estelle, we about to get down. Who the hottest in the world right now? Just touched down in London town. Bet they give me a pound. Tell them put the money in my hand right now. Set up a motor, we need more seats. We just sold out all the floor seats.
Take me on a trip, I'd like to go someday. Take me to New York, I'd love to see LA.
Fortnite.
I really want to come pick you with you. You'll be my American boy. He said, hey sister, it's really, really nice to meet ya. I just met this 5'7" guy who's just my type. Like the way he's speaking, his confidence is peaking. Don't like his baggy jeans, but I'ma like what's underneath it.
Why?
No, I ain't been to America.
I guess I want to see if my viewer count increases or not. Societal experimentation.
I'll show you to my brethren. I'm liking this American boy, American boy. Take me on a trip, I'd like to go someday. Take me to New York, I'd love to see LA. I really want to
What is this?
come pick
What do you mean, what is?
You'll be my
Oh, I gotta do the dance.
American boy. Will you be my American boy, American boy? Can we get away this weekend?
It's Chug Jug with me or with you, I think. That's a Fortnite one.
Maybe then we'll go to a cafe. Let's go on Subway. Take me to your hood. I've never been to Brooklyn and I'd like to see what's good. Dressed in all your fancy clothes. Sneakers
Oh, what's
looking
this? Oh wait, no, that's my jazz. Wait. Nope.
Bitch, ça fait très longtemps que j'y
I
pense à
actually really
comment
like
se
this
mettre
song.
bien, moi j'ai pas ton élan. N'écoute jamais les on-dit, ceux qui jactent n'ont pas vu la vie au travers de ton monde. J'ai beau parler dans leur langue, mais faut croire qu'ils n'entendent que le langage de la violence. Je me faufile en balle sur les mains, tu m'as pas vu bégayer quand fallait passer le lent. Sans caracher quand un négro, j'ai choisi
Alors,
mes
comment?
modèles, c'est fiable comme un moteur allemand. Nindé sans cara, sans chicot, et je fais qu'écro bien plus que les grands de tes grands. J'étais ma paille, ils sont pas concentrés. J'attends pas la passe, ils peuvent pas s'entrer. Du banc, tout me parle pas de basaner. On n'est pas venu ici pour se pavaner.
I'll disappear once it hits 20 viewers.
Je tourne la poignée, je froisse le temps.
It's been a short one. What's today's wisdom?
Je roule comme si quelqu'un m'attend.
Never attend uninvited.
J'cale pétard entre mes dents. Bah ouais. J'sors la bécane, j'fume la peur. J'm'en bats les couilles, c'est dangereux sa mère. J'vois que des barreaux en fer. La bécane crie et j'sors de l'enfer. Sur un gros fer, bah ouais. J'sors la bécane, j'fume la peur. J'm'en bats les couilles, c'est dangereux sa mère. J'vois que des barreaux en fer. La bécane crie et j'sors de l'enfer. Sur un gros fer, bah ouais. La craie
Yes, I was
dans son
checking my
calissé.
feed chat.
La haine que je ressens dans mes pensées. Dans ce business balisé. Ouais. J'sens la bécanie, cani. Ouh. Et j'sens la bécanie, cani. Ouh.
See you around, Nova. Yes, yes, please. Chat. The stream is over. Like, I'm just here to listen to music. So, everything that's happening now is not canon. You have a lovely morning, afternoon, and evening. Oh my god. There we go. This is some Nordics era music. See you around. Coldplay. Oh, right.
Lights go out and I can't be saved. Tides that I tried to swim against pulled me down upon my knees. Oh, I beg and plead, singing, come out of things unsaid. Shouldn't I pull off my head and a trouble that can't be named? A tiger's waiting to be tamed, singing.
I would listen to the full song, but I'm like skipping through my playlist.
Till I come.
Oh my god. Ah. Sorry, I don't have any country music if that's your nostalgia chat. My god. Yeah. ATB. You listen to ATB, Norm? Good taste. Perfect timing, right? That's my stream ended 10 minutes ago. Hi, Howard. Ain't the Crypto King.
Till I come.
Whoa, the lyrics is not SFW. Oh, Gigi Di Agostino. Yeah, this is old. You're into music, Howler. You should know that. Why did my viewer count increase to 38? What the heck? Come on, we're doing so good. It was at 32. yeah. One of the songs that stuck to me. Basa. The Dota song. This brings me back. Ah. This. Yeah, right? Right. Another brick in the wall. The long song.
Push me, and then just touch me, till
Deep
I
in
can
the
get
song.
my satisfaction.
Push me, and then just hurt me, till I can get my satisfaction. 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 Satisfaction.
Oh, I bet good boss music.
Push me, and then just touch me, till I can get my satisfaction.
Push me, and then just hurt
Just
me,
imagine
till I can get
you're
my
wheelchair bound and
satisfaction.
you get the voice talking for you.
Push me, and then just touch me, till I can get my satisfaction.
Oh my god. I'm sorry, I'm having too much fun. Oh. Oh my god.
Satisfaction.
Year 3000. I queued that up. He has such an iconic look, chat. All you need is like one glance, you know who it is.
Push me, and then just hurt
Hello,
me
Emperor.
till I can get my satisfaction.
Push me, and then just touch me, till I can get my satisfaction.
I cannot unsee it. God, especially with all the Stephen Hawking videos I've been, like the AI, he's like wrestling and everything. It's Instagram's fault. Oh, nothing. The stream's over, by the way. Please feel free to go about your business or day or evening. So Mitzi's listening to this while working. Wait, let's move. What's
И
this?
пока эта муха будет гладить свои лапки, я буду говорить, что у меня все.
Had a nice 3-hour nap, definitely. Oh yeah, I don't know why you stay here, chat. I said goodbye 30 minutes ago.
Сердце бестолковое, усталостью я буду бояться остаться один на один с этой комнатой цветных пелерин. Тобою связанных на мне пелерин.
This is something recent I've discovered. I really like it.
Целуй меня, целуй меня, целуй меня. Целуй меня, пока лучи не целятся в нас, пока еще мы что-то чувствуем, пока мы еще здесь. Целуй меня, я ненавижу, когда ты так нужен, потом ведь все намного может быть хуже. Ты выдыхаешь у нас.
God, the vibe is so different.
Час, один час.
Hit the farm channel
Твои
point.
руки теплые.
What's this? For Sam Soul Dog. I don't remember this. Oh, I remember. It's the edited one of that clip.
What the fuck, man?
Hush on the beat.
Are you crazy? Fucking bloody bastard! Fucking bloody bastard, bitch! Fucking bloody bastard! Bloody fuck you, bloody bitch! You fucking, you bloody! You bloody! Fuck me, I fuck you, bloody! Fuck me, I fuck you, bloody! Fuck me, I fuck you, bloody! Fucking bloody bastard, bitch! Fucking bloody bastard! Bloody fuck you, bloody bitch! Fucking running like lady, eh?
Oh my god.
Fucking running like lady, eh?
Alright, let's see if my viewer count will increases.
Bloody bastard, bloody bastard, bloody bastard, bitch! Bloody bastard, bloody bastard! Fucking mother, bloody fuck, bitch! Bloody no! You fucking, you bloody! Fuck me, I fuck you, bloody! Fuck me, I fuck you, bloody! Fuck me, I fuck you, bloody!
One of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Fucking bloody bastard! Bloody fuck you, bloody! Bloody bitch!
This for everyone that lost a nigga. Swag.
It's going down. Yes, it's working.
The other day, my nigga went to work. He said he picked up a box that was heavy and it really hurt.
Ow, this hurts. That's true, Howler. Hold on. We're gonna change it. Where's this thing? Oh, this is over. Oh my god.
And your back is pretty tired, and we've drunk a couple bottles, babe.
To be fair, I've played the entire song multiple times in previous streams.
Paper say it's doomsday. The button has been pressed. We're gonna nuke each other up, boys, till old Satan stands impressed. And here it is, our final night alive.
What song was I talking?
Burns to the ground. Oh, girl, it's you that I lie with as the atom bomb locks in. Oh, it's you I watch TV with as the world caves in. You put your finest suit on. I paint my fingernails. Oh, we're going out in style, babe.
I can't. I don't play the whole song.
Everything's on
Just snippets of
sale. We creep up on extinction.
it. It's okay. That's why I told you the stream was over at a certain point, right?
While my organs pack it in.
I'm probably gonna trim this part. I'm gonna trim everything when I said like things are over.
And as the earth burns to the ground, oh, girl, it's you that I lie with as the atom bomb locks in. Oh, it's you I watch TV with as the world cares. Oh, it's you that I lie with as the atom bomb locks in. Yes, it's
I love this song.
welcome death with as the world as the world caves in.
Mama. Ooh. It just goes to that part. I'm just joking. We're over 2/3 of the. That's true. Oh my god. Are we actually gonna get a full bar? And the funny full bar special that's even more special than the MAOW is going to occur. Hello, Lost Legend.
When you were here before,
Greetings.
couldn't look you in the eye. You're just like an angel. Your skin makes
Oh
me
my god.
cry.
That's true.
You float like a feather in a beautiful world. I wish I was special. You're so fucking special. But I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here?
Funny.
Don't care if it hurts. I wanna have control.
You see, no pressure, Beth. And I'm ever grateful for the support. Truly, truly.
I
I want a perfect soul. I want you to notice.
Go march the parade. Be the legend that you are.
So fucking special.
Go forth and spread managed democracy in every footfall of your march.
But I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. Whatever makes you happy, whatever you want. You're so fucking special. I wish I was special, but I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What the
So,
hell am I doing here?
the numbers are doing the opposite of what I want to happen.
I don't belong here.
You were so close at 32. All I ask is 25. Oh no, it's not available anymore. Damn. Oh, it's still here, this one. Plus 100 points, whoever can guess where this game is from. Listen. Things are cold, desolate, hopeless. There's very little. You adventure not because of desire, but because of need. You survey, see if there are others like you. And a source of wood, even old as a mouse. Now it's up to you. The city must survive. Beth. Incredible. I love the decision making. Like no decision is right. It really frames the setting in such a manner. A manner that's good. The you know what thing. Oh shit. Yup. The you know what. Oh my god. Wasteland. Wait, is that where you're rangers? Like sheriffs or something? I think I remember that. It's like Fallout. But the top-down version. Yeah, see the ticking clock before the you-know-what? Oh. Everyone Wang Chun tonight. Oh, wait. Of course you do, book. Plus 100 points to the first three that can guess it. No, first person. First three. Except Boop, except Boop. Lance. Okay. Plus 500 points. Whoever can guess this. Blue. It's as if you're on the edge of the world. The last respite you may ever find. Gotta be specific. Beth got it again. Beth now has 600. No, how many points now? Like 700 points. Majula just evokes a unique feeling of, how should I say it? Melancholy, despair, hope. I don't think the others got it, Bev. Oh my god, Tattoo. I didn't play on the Souls game. Oh, shit. The Souls game is sort of like Death Stranding, except if you're a masochist. It's... Oh, see you around, Nord. Thanks for hopping by. I'll see you around. This one. 500 points whoever gets this. But this is like the lo-fi version. Yes. Why are you so good at this, Bev? It's indeed Firelink Shrine. Oh. It's funny how the NPCs in Dark Souls sometimes say something like that you don't understand. Like you know it's the same language, but they're gonna say something like out of context. Like lost, I see. Another one seeking their humanity. And then they just laugh and like, what the hell? Like what? Who was that guy sitting by the fire? He had like chainmail. Dev has too much knowledge. And he has one of like 200 hours. 400 hours? The crestfallen knight. Okay, this one. 200 points if you get it. Of all people, Beth, you should know. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da. Bigger vibe. Or somebody's YouTubing. It's the main menu to Dark Souls 3. Damn. The ultimate test. If I AFK, I'll be right back. Be right back. 2 minutes. So I really gotta go take a take a wee. wonder what's playing. Uh-oh. Return it. Here's my chair. Really? Still sitting at 40? Okay. This one. First one gets 5 points. Dark Souls. Wrong spelling. What the hell's Oblivion? No, not Skyrim. This is from Oblivion. Let's see what else we have. This one. 300 points if you get this. Hello again. This is one of the few times I've gone to your stream. I decided to make it account to you. How was your day so far? I'm doing okay. Thank you. Pardon me. You've reached the non-canon part of my streams. My stream ended around 30 minutes ago. Now I'm just listening to things from my Spotify. Doom! No, it's not Doom. People have made a lot of comments that I look like a certain someone here. Let's vote this one. I don't think people know this. Yes, it's from Detroit Become Human. That's when Connor is trying to defuse the hostage situation. Oops, oh, not that, wait. Whoops. Gotta move. Hey, wait, there's nothing wrong with this song. So new on what you imagine first when you hear that tune. I have multiple of this. Uncle Rock. No, he has a different theme. Yes. The OST of Dark Souls really has a special place in my heart. I don't know if Beth gets what's special about it, what's enchanting about their music. Maybe it's just after the pain and the action. Quite a few. Our favorite track from last time. Yeah, let's listen to this one. I know you like it. Yeah, the lore hidden in items, where you have to piece things together. Probably Risk of Rain. Stellaris. I love Stellaris' little lore bits. I always play the engineer. I love the turrets. I've seen Crab Champion. I was curious about it. It looks fun. I'm still waiting for a game in VR where it's Pacific Rim with good graphics, like Unreal Engine graphics. Me and Vesper played Gunfight. It's the animals, right? Just the flamethrowers. Or was she the raccoon? The one with the mech? No, she was the one with the mech. Loader. Oh my god, the lizard. Oh shit. I only saw it now. What the fuck? Excuse the language, sorry. I'm good. Just listening to music. It's Friday, right? End of the week. So might as well have a little bonus content. This monsoon. Oh my god, the first one. Yep. The engineer. Hello. Automatic. Wow. So, pardon the not Gebos looking Gebo stream. I played Outward. There's no map. Having no map. Just maneuver around by remembering landmarks. Truly a challenge. There's Outward. Yeah. I'm just going through some nostalgic tracks I have in my Spotify. Normally I just play jazz on my channel automatically. It's Friday, so little off the rails content is what I'm doing. You gotta ask Beth, not me. Oh, that was very short. What's this? Fish in a pool. Oh, these are my meme music. $500 points if you can guess where this is from. Gustav. But to be fair, I only played the first part. I haven't progressed far. Come on. Yeah. It's funny how the fox, the one that gives you the tarot cards, speaks in such a strange man. It's like I don't understand what it's saying. Woolhaven. What the heck is this Busta Rhymes? Oh my god, this is old. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh.
Shorty. know what
Damn.
you need. I got everything you need. I promise I ain't gonna hold out, neither. I'm gonna give it all to you, baby. Just word bond. Bust it. Baby, if you give it to me, I'll give it to you. I know what you want. You know I got it, baby. If you give it to me, I'll give it to you. As long as you want, you know I got it. Baby, if you give it to me, I'll give it to you.
Not TOS. Fun. Okay. 500 points so we can guess which movie this is from. I'm a big zombie flick fan. Yeah, I even watched that Warm Bodies thing. Ah, come on, Mitzi. Dig deeper. Could it be? Clones? Not quite. Is it Weasel? 28 days later. The first one. God, I need to rewatch that. What I like about zombie flicks is, aside from Day Zero, is it brings out people's true colors because of desperate situations. The ugly inside of us. Z Nation. Oh, but that's old. Is he where he's like immune and he has to be escorted? I think I'm on the first season of that. Yeah, that one. This song was on my... That's practically what happened. I thought it would be... That's it, societal collapse. If things progressed and everybody was sick. Because the world was grinding to a halt. Businesses were closing, supplies were dwindling, people were starting to panic. Damn. If only. The missed opportunity. Imagine if like COVID-19 variants started mutating to walkers and shit. Really? It was an actual RPG. Okay, to you dorks out there, if you can guess where this game is from, you have both good and horrible taste. That one animation. weird because the artist name is Mitzi's. GD. What's GD? Come on. There's lots of really pleasant looking babes there. No, it's not Yomi Grass. Ever heard of this game called Helltaker? Oh.
They made me shoot a rocket launcher, a real.
Okay. Helltaker. Yes. Oh. Really? That quick? Oh yeah. Oh, that's why. Oops. Fun art. I'm there for the art, 99%. This. Oh my god. I wonder if Vesper's still here. Vesp, are you there? I'm gonna consult you if you know where this is from. No, it's not Five Nights. Within the same ecosystem now. Whoops. You're waiting for 4.04. In the game, we had the thing. Boop got it. $5,000 points, whoever guesses this. Actually gets 5,000 points. This. Oh, I don't know this, but it sounds cool. Oh, this is some New World music. Manifest Destiny. This one. Okay. This is from a particular game. If you can guess this, you gain 1 million points. It means you're a dork and a nerd. Would be surprised if Beth gets this. The Hunger Pass. We're getting warm. Yes, it's in Pathfinder. Such a dork. But which in particular? What part is this? All the hair on my arm like stood up when I was in this part. All I can tell you, it's a decision. And the price of it. It's not Resident Evil. Where is this? Let me look for it. Generic ass RPG music. Greetings, traveler. Is that? Is it this one? Oh, it is. Yep. This is still map. Come on, Beth. Come on, Beth. You gotta. I know you know this. Because if you figured it was from Pathfinder. Tick tock. Tick tock. I've always had a fascination for chronomancy, time magic. I mean, you can just Google it, sure. But I need you to recall what moment in the game it is. Wow. Same here, Mitzi. If you have anything to suggest that's sticking. I used to play pen and paper Pathfinder as well. But think I like it more than D. But 5.0 wasn't that bad. It was 3.5. Oh well, guess we'll never know. Whoops. Look at my like posts on Instagram and the things I comment on. I can't follow you yet. What do you mean? Just click the button, actually.
I tried my best to feed her appetite, keep her coming every night.
Whoa, I did not know that was not the OS. Alright, sure, yeah. Doesn't matter, actually. Oh my god, okay. If you know this, you're my friend. One of my favorite games of all time. To be fair, this is more famous in Asia, particularly in Japan, than it is in the West. We're getting there. The same. It's the amusement park in Nier Automata. I would recommend that game to anyone. My god, the beats, right? Like when you go into like the Disney World looking thing, the machine's still doing what they used to. There we go. This is what you started with. Well, I'm halfway there now. Just in the middle of Indiana. Welcome to traffic. Yes. Oh, nearest. Oh my goodness. Masterpiece. Yoko Taro made a masterpiece. Oh my god, this one. 5,000 points. First one who can guess. Hi, Lance. Good evening. Well, morning. Past hour, just been listening to music, making people guess what's been playing. Surprisingly, they're sticking around. The new game plus 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 plus. Oh my god, none of you ever played Monster Hunter, how could you? You're not my friends anymore. Yep, we're banning Mitzi. How are you, Liz? Oh my god, you uncultured swine. Just joking. It's okay. Big never had anyone to play with when they were. Oh, Axel, they're forever alone. They're still popular. Pretty exhausted, been out all evening. Oh, in your home village? Are you home, Lint? Are you back in paradise? I'm not stripping, I'm not stripping. Close your tired eyes, Mitzi. Okay. Oh my god. This. Of course, everybody knows this. God. Let's see. This is one game I have yet to finish after so many. Oh yeah. Hello, Night City. Okay. Here, if you know this game, you get 10 million points. It's a little old, but it has such a distinct soundtrack that matches well with the game. It has feels if you played it. It is cyberpunk too. I believe from the same people who made Hades. That much. I just ended stream early, and now we're in a free for all mode. I just want to listen to my Spotify tracks, but then I figured I'd stay online while doing so. And surprisingly, you guys are still here. So, guys, you feel free to play and do whatnot. Oh my god, yeah, that one too. Let's go to Rock Clips. The game is from Transistor, by the way. You must play it. Second game I would recommend after a Nier Automata. Transistor, yeah, Transistor. Why did you play the game, Vince? Les Friction? What's that? Yeah, it's from Transistor. It's so good. It's so good. It's gonna make you cry. Okay. Is that this? If you can guess where this is from, we can be friends. This particular genre of games. You can actually play it now, Best Transistor. I give you the game. It's kind of old, it's like 10 years old. That's probably why no one's here. Wait, I don't think this is the best representation. Is it this one? There we go. Artio. Not everyone's cup of tea, but I'm a big fan of the Metro 2033 and onwards games. I really like the whole post-apocalyptic Russia, whatever setting. Like in Stalker, for example. Yeah, that's from Metro. Like the Stalker games. Yeah, the Stalker games and the Metro games. Okay, if you get this, then it means you have good taste in watching series. Yeah. All makes sense after I watch it. Oh, yeah, Metro's nice. I think Loki prepares you for the whole multiverse thing in the MCU. There. Because it picks up from... What was it? Yeah, it picks up from Endgame. You remember that one Loki? They went back in time, right? And then Loki got the Tesseract and then he vanished with it. I think. If I remember correctly. Okay, this one. 500 points. Invader Sim. No. I get why though. TVA. Yes, there we go. The Song of the Sword Dancer. Remember the chick that was in Twitch during the whole... You've never played Witcher? Yep. Okay. Series. Incredible ending. A saga, I dare say, because of how long it's run. Come on, give me your guesses. Yeah, keeping the flow, Combat and Witcher. Oh, the song prior was called Song of the Sword Dancer. To be fair, the recognizable part is like a bit midway. Not Baldur's Gate. No, I'm playing Spotify. Oh no! Oh my god. The ending and the after. That's not my favorite part. I think it's somewhere here. But the first time, like, Eren morphed to lift that damn rock. You know, I was like screaming in my room. Yeah! Oh, that was so long ago. Bro, when he was lifting that shit. Oh. I really like the early parts of Attack on Titan. The latter one was... United in grief. Grief, huh? Man, stop this. Where is he? You should. To be fair, I've been reading Attack on Titan since the English one came out in the manga. And then there was an anime. I was like, what? Definitely good. It's the character development and whatnot. The desperation and the fighting. Oh yeah, this is the part, Like, whoosh. Oh fuck. Damn, that's a wave of emotion. Nostalgia trip. This one, 500 points. I listen to this while driving. I used to listen to this almost every day during my route towards a certain place. It made me feel, it's not Terraria. It made me feel in the zone, like I could do any task without any problem. Yes. You know when you just set them to work? They're gonna go, wow. They're going to worship the idol. Always eat things that should not be eaten. It is. What? No. Oh my. We need to play the multiplayer with the races, the classes, and everything mods. And I'm gonna drag Vesper with us. And it's only like $1 on Steam. Terraria. What's the game? When you get back, let's play some games. If we're gonna drag Litz too. Oh my god, it's gonna be funny. I like Terraria because it focuses very heavily on the RPG aspect of things. Like there's just so much stuff in it, so much items, so much enemies. Oh, I haven't done everything. The one I have to check. Let's see. Hey, it's cheap. We can play, and it can run on any computer. Even let's see. Hold on. This can run on your lap, Evans. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh well, you can do play when you come back. If you know this, you get 1 billion points. And you're old. The Thunder Tune. First one to get it right. On the third try, you got it. This is indeed Tristram. Stay a while and listen. God. Oh, there we go. Oh my god. That is so nostalgic. My tracker still have 31% battery. This doesn't sound like it. Wait. This. God, if you get this, you're super cool. Yes. Dominic. Lord. Okay. Howler knows it's ready. God, it's so sublime. This main menu music. What did they replace it? This sounds like we need to buy no, right? This is the main menu music of For Honor. Hello, Scales. Oh, like 20 minutes? Something like that. Give or take 3 hours. This. Can't play this now. What do you mean? There we go. Very recent. And my recent favorite. Alice. I need this. This is what I need to play. Oh, I cried like from how beautiful the prologue was. Like in the city where you were saying your goodbyes. Like what? Also, how do we have voice? I do. I like how the stream is just growing. I thought. If anyone starts following me, it's your first time here. During my after stream, they're gonna find my actual stream weird. I love. Let me view it. The what? No, I haven't. Okay. 500 points in a liter of ice cold iced tea to those that can guess this. This should be very easy. No, but close. It's Almost, right? Almost. Ah, which part? I did play Divinity 2 though. I love that game because you gotta be really creative. Oh my god. This must fail as well. What's this? No, it's the old one. Um, Don't mind me, I'm just looking for something. Oh, Neverwinter Nights. Oh my god. You gotta save that. That's actually cool. Don't mind me, Ted. I'm just looking for a track. Something almost Irish. Yo, this is sick. Wow. Giving me Interstellar vibes. I don't know. Maybe. How do you know, Bear? Hi there, Hyrule hero. These are actually cool. My god, it's a morning. A morning in like Howler's village. No, this is Litza's village. What in the hillbilly is this? Same here, Doran. Same here. Oh, come on. Listen to it. What is this? Like, I can even see the goats and the chickens dancing. Like, Litz is just spreading corn and everything. Oh my god, there we go. Now that sounds familiar. Of course I'm the farmer girl. Yes. These things are good. Hello. Of course, if you give me a thing. Gaditas wares if you have coin. Well, hello. Gaditas extended streams if you have coin. Okay, okay. Money is key. They do say time is gold after all. Beep, 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 beep. Oh my god. Why does Vesper gotta be mean? Oh. I mean, 3 hours ago he did play the Fortnite. Look. I played the original version of it, where it was derived from. Gosh, chat, will you look at that? How quickly time flies indeed. It's already, what, 5 hours? The moment I go back to my normal stream, Lich out efforts, Violet, sweet dreams. Hello viewers, my name is Gip. I normally don't stream this long. Today is just an oddity, end of weekend. My unofficial stream. The post stream. After stream. Yes. We really gone to 2 hours worth of Spotify music. I feel like I listened to 10 songs. Stop. Stream, that's true. Stream ended hours ago. Very much so. Why, thank you, Hyrule here. I appreciate it. This is Gebos After Dark. But not that sort of content. I don't have that chat. Funny enough, I actually don't have any secret or alt accounts. I just... One, I don't do that stuff. Two, it's a pain in the butt if I have to manage like other accounts than the ones I already have. It's easier to simply be at Gebos at everything. Easier to find, easier to remember. The moment I started playing jazz, the hunger started knocking on my door again. Knock, knock. You need breakfast. Yeah, sure. In a bit. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Is what I hear. No, please. In 5 minutes, promise. Well, sandwiches can be eaten with honey, I forget. That's no, I'm not even doing a sabaton. I've never done a sabaton. I don't think I can or will. It was weird. I'm like, yeah, I'm good. Thank you. What's your longest stream ever? 7 hours. I don't remember what I did.
Tem certeza que essa decisão que você tomou, você pensou bem? Porque eu não tô disposto a voltar atrás também. Se for embora, pode ir embora de uma vez, porque se você for, tenho certeza que em pouco tempo já tem outro amor.
I think so, yeah.
E eu também vou ter.
Pardon the song, my
Pode passar o tempo que passar, mas eu vou te esquecer. Um dia cê vai ver que eu era o cara que queria te fazer feliz.
I fall in love too easily. I fall in love too fast. I fall in love too terribly hard for love to ever last.
Chat, I think it's time. You know, Doran, Axel, and everybody has a point. Let's go to our time and test it out. Where the heck is my music?
But still I fall in love.
Oh, I just scrolled down.
So easily.
Here we go. Wow, wow, chat. Oh, I didn't even notice the time flowing so quickly, like wetter water between my fingers. Maybe I shouldn't have ran the stream so long. I might run out of juice on Monday. Don't worry, you'll see me till then, though. I mean, you will see me by then still. But for now, I am going to go enjoy my weekend after I go eat. And I'll probably go play. Nobody's in VR. Hello? Nobody's in VR chat yet, so I will probably... play something depending on who's online. You almost sounded like R2D2. Oh, well, don't worry about that. There's a particular spot on my floor, which if I put my foot on it, my trackers just go haywire. Later tonight, huh? Alright, have fun. You can go squeeze in between Fluffy and Axel if they permit, but yes. With that being said, I do need to skedaddle too. It's already 8:10 a.m. I could have sworn I was telling chat that, oh, it's 3 a.m. here, it's pretty late. The Bermuda Triangles, no. Any plans or games for spooky season? I will most likely hold a community meet soon. For all your Halloweeny social needy needs. And when is this gonna be, Ken? Probably to be announced. It's gonna be this month. Probably next week. Maybe end of this month. A little Halloween party for you guys who are cuckoo enough to go follow me this long. Really, chat? 40 viewers for the past 2 hours and a half. And I'm just listening to random stuff on Spotify. I don't understand. Are you that bored? God. Maybe bots are viewing my stream. I don't know. I only talk to like 4 or 3 people on stream. Anyway, doesn't matter. Yep, that's the vertebrae. The vertebrae saying you need to go. Stand up and do your things. Is that the end of my goodbyes? Yes, it is. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and most of all, well, good time. I'll see you, Howler, Drax, Bev, Jeff, Hyrule, Fox, PP. What else? See what I mean? I'm only talking to 4 people. My numbers are fake. Let party. Drax again. You mentioned some honey. Mitzi, Waffle, Kendall, who's surprisingly lurking. Doran, Vesper. Yes, I will. Dragonerate lurkers. If you actually are there, now's the chance to say goodbye, and I will say goodbye to you in return. Okay, but I don't know how to chat. When your chatters are all established, I feel like I'm butting in. No, there's a chance. Say hello. Of course, Boop, who apparently has my stream muted, but can still hear me, which is odd. And many are just timid lurkers who like to listen to your pretty voice. I know you're there. I know there's some Chinese folks there watching in the background. You and your secret alt account. Thank you, though. But yes, tilt any further, I'm going to break my neck, so I think that's it. Lovely week, and I hope we have an even more lovelier week this coming week. Enjoy the weekend. Go eat, go do your things. I will say goodbye. Adios, amigo. Buenas noches. Paalam sa inyong lahat. Magandang umaga, mga kababayan.